I would like to welcome everyone today. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm President Emily Stevens, and I call this joint meeting of the Clark County School District Board of Trustees, the Attendance Zone Advisory Commission, and the Bond Oversight Committee of March 4th, 2026 to order. The time is 4:06. Opening items, we will start with our flag salute. Trustee Bustamante Adams, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hand over your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So, as you know, this is our joint meeting with our AZAC and Bond Oversight Committees. And so we are excited to hold this meeting jointly with them. We're so grateful for their time and their service to our kids, our community, and to this board. But for the sake of space and logistics, I kind of want to share how this is going to happen tonight. So, for every action item, I'll turn the item over to our first committee, which will be our AZAC committee. Okay? They will check for public comment, potentially have discussion, and then someone from their committee will make a motion, someone from their committee will make a second, and then that will end their portion of that agenda item. Then we turn it over to the second committee to do the same thing with that item. Finally, it comes to the Board of Trustees, and we also go through that process. Okay? If it's a non-action item, I'll turn it over to each committee, one committee at a time, for them to discuss. Once AZAC finishes their discussion time, the Bond Oversight Committee will start theirs. Once they finish, then the trustees will go. Okay? So, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the chair of the AZAC committee to open 1.02.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nick Fidei. I'm the chair for the AZAC Commission. So with that, I'd like to open up adoption of the agenda with a change. So I'll go ahead and make this motion. And I'll seek my team for a second. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Delete item 2.01, National School Boards Association Advocacy Institute. Deleting item 2.02, Core 4 Bridge Work Update. Revised material has been provided for item 2.03, Facility Master Plan, Building Brighter Futures, Preliminary Draft Options. With that, may I have a second from the team, please?
Second.
Thank you. Second by Dave Flatt. May I have all in favor, please?
Aye.
Thank you. And then we can move to public comment on this section. I don't know if there is any.
Excuse me, I think just to be clear, we should ask for any nays. So you asked for ayes, you didn't ask for nays.
Sorry, I apologize.
Sure.
Any nays from this commission? Nope. That carries, passes. Any public comment for this item? I don't know who's telling me yes or no, so. All right. None? Okay, none it is. Therefore, we'll close item 1.02 for the AZAC committee, and we will turn it over to BOC to open theirs.
Hello, this is Gina Blackman-Taylor, for the record, the chair of the Bond Oversight Committee. I am Members of the committee, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Delete item 2.01, National School Boards Association Advocacy Institute. Delete item 2.02, Core 4 Bridge Work Update. And note that revised material has been provided for item 2.03, Facility Master Plan, Building Brighter Futures, Preliminary Draft Options. Can I get a second on that motion, please? Christian Kiliani has seconded that motion, if you couldn't hear that microphone. All in favor of the Bond Oversight Committee, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Board of Trustees, we will open 1.02, adoption of the agenda. Trustee Barone will make a motion to approve the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the board, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Delete item 2.01, National School Boards Association Advocacy Institute. Delete item 2.02, Core 4 Bridge Work Update. And to note that revised material has been provided for item 2.03, Facility Master Plan, Building Brighter Futures, Preliminary Draft Options.
Do I have a second? Trustee Biasotti.
I will second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Biasotti. Let's vote. Motion passes. I'm going to have our chair for the AZAC committee open 2.03, and then our team from the district will do their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens and the Board of Trustees. Nick Fide for the record, the AZAC Chair. I'd like to go ahead and open up 2.03, Facility Master Plan, Building Brighter Futures, Preliminary Draft Options. This is not an action item, and this will be with Brandon McLaughlin.
All right. Madam President, members of the board, members of the AZAC and Bond Oversight Committee, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent of Business Operations. Today, we are here to introduce the next phase of the Facility Master Plan, which we are calling Building Brighter Futures. This will not be a maintenance schedule or a list of repairs. It is the physical blueprint as we work to become the destination district. Our objective is clear: to ensure CCSD is a district where families choose to stay not by default of their zip code, but because of the excellence they find within our walls. For decades, the story of this district was a race against the clock. We were building at a breakneck pace. Just to keep doors open for a surging population, we were in survival mode. But the landscape has shifted in Clark County and around the nation. Birth rates have changed, and the rapid growth we once scrambled to manage has leveled off. This shift provides us with a rare, historic opportunity. We can finally stop chasing the finish line and start focusing on the quality of the race. As the 5th largest district in the nation, we manage about 400 buildings. Here is the hard truth. We currently have $15 billion in facility needs, but we only have $3.6 billion in available bond funding. We can no longer afford to spread our resources thin across underutilized buildings, simply because that's how we've always done it. To stay the course, we must intentionally manage the enrollment decline. By moving away from keeping up with the growth, we can pivot toward excellence by design. This plan requires us to ask the difficult, necessary questions. Which buildings are a good candidate for the investment of a major renovation or even a replacement? Which facilities have reached the end of their functional lifespan? How do we reimagine underutilized spaces? Not as consolidated schools, but as high-value community assets like teacherages or early childhood centers. Superintendent Ebert has challenged us to ensure that every student has access to a modern, safe, and future-ready school. This requires a fundamental shift in our mindset. It means choosing to invest deeply in fewer, higher quality spaces rather than tethering our future to aging, underutilized facilities. It is time to invest in our schools with intention and vision to become the destination district. I will now turn this over to the team to outline the next steps of the Building Brighter Futures project.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the Bond Oversight Committee and AZAC Commission. Brandon McLaughlin, Chief Facilities for the record. What some of our facility master plan priorities are, I think we all fundamentally agree that our CCSD students deserve the best. And in my functional role in the organization, I'd underline they deserve the best facilities to come to each and every day. We also know that there's some conditions that are allowing us to lean into and embrace change opportunities ahead of us. So like Deputy Superintendent Gonzalez mentioned, a lot is fluctuating and changing from where we historically have been. So it allows us to some opportunities right now. Last, we also know that planning with our community gets us a lot further, and frankly, from a capital improvement standpoint, that's been one of the underutilized voice of community, has been how we spend a high volume of those bond dollars. So getting them around the table to make co-decisions with them around how we spend and what we invest in is a priority of this work. So why now? Like I said, all these contexts aside, we know there's an enrollment decline on the horizon, anywhere from 27,000 to 33,000 students, about a 10 to 11% district-wide decline by the year 2030, 2031. We also know none of our buildings are getting any newer. The average age is approximately 29 years and approximately $15 billion in need to meet up with all the spaces that we built through a very robust capital program in the 1990s, with only $3.7 billion available. We also know the facilities we built in that time frame were built for capacity over adequacy. And what I mean by that is our sole intention at that point in time was getting quality seats available for students to attend during the school day, not the quality with which those seats were and the opportunities of students at those schools to get, say, additional supports and spaces for those activities to occur. And then last but not least, or second to last, but high community demand for choice. We know families resoundingly throughout the district, as well as families not choosing CCSD currently, there's a high demand for choices. And so how do we make CCSD the choice? And we start that with our facilities, the doorstep they arrive to when they arrive to our campuses. And last but not least, high need for specialized services. We know there's an emerging population of English language learners, as well as students requiring individualized educational programs. And even an emerging population of homelessness, which is a pragmatic reality we in Las Vegas need to confront. And how do we expect learners to show up at our doorstep when they have that level of insecurity at home? And how do we confront that on a facility front by various spaces we're able to offer? So at this point in time, I'll turn over to Marika Smith with Canon Design.
Good evening, trustees, committee members, superintendent. A lot of these issues that Brandon talked about, you guys aren't the only ones confronting this. We work nationally and see this across the nation, issues of enrollment decline, and different people have tackled it differently, and some to better success than others. So we wanted to learn from them. Some of these represent districts from work that we've done, and some of these are others that have just, we thought, approached it in an innovative way. So we wanted to learn from them. And so ultimately, the big takeaways from really studying and talking to many of these districts was some of them confronted it because they had to, the issue of consolidation, and they were too late. They had already made significant facilities decisions, and they wish they hadn't, because they really wanted to take a step back and understand how to be more proactive about understanding some of the issues confronting them. But to the degree that there was success, we wanted to really understand what models we could take away. And it really usually fell to radical sort of transparency and community participation was the critical key success factor. Also moving at the speed of trust So making sure that along the line, there was sort of capacity building, making sure that in a large district, you were able to really confront these issues at the regional cluster level. So that seemed to be a big success that we've really kind of taken on, is how do you look at this at a community by community issue and not sort of think of it only as a blanket district issue. So again, those were some of the big takeaways, all of them really confronting a lot of closures, but some of them really kind of having successful outcomes and really kind of hitting the goals the district had more generally. And facilities master plans, you know, they're not just about facilities. It's about people. It's about programs and process. And so it's less about the what than the how. And again, a lot of the learnings we wanted to understand, well, what processes worked well. And it really started at the school sites and understanding really the staff and the principals and like what were the needs there and what was that community and really talking to them first. And then ensuring that there was a lot of collaboration across departments, so not, you know, really de-siling that experience so that everyone could learn from one another. But again, with transparency and then messaging, making sure that every step of the way we were making sure to communicate what was happening, and that was all in service to radical transparency. And again, also phasing that in a way that the community could actually absorb with that capacity. And then also having some strategies for really how do we kind of build support for some of the strategies that come out of it in terms of, you know, there's a lot of fear around, you know, consolidation and school closures. So what are some of the things that we can make sure to allay fears and actually have it be a net benefit? So talking about, you know, staff retention being a total priority of this entire endeavor. And then looking everywhere for opportunities to really upskill the different staff members so that they could participate in the sort of new future of the district. And then again, making sure that those family and community touch points were kind of really evident and that they participated and saw themselves in the plan. So, you know, again, I think we had some learnings, and with the consolidation, really like wanted to make sure that we built in that community participation into every aspect of what we were doing. Also honoring the sensitivity around naming, because we know that that's an issue. People are very dedicated to the legacy of their schools and wanted to make sure that we thought about that and that there was a real process around it. So really kind of making sure that there was a process around repurposing and not an afterthought, as well as criteria for evaluation. And then too, as we looked at this benchmarking work, we wanted to sort of cast a wide net and see where there were successes, just in terms of, you know, and we didn't have to look too far, right? You guys have already been thinking about this for your own district in terms of repurposing school facilities at Ruth Fife here, really starting to look at just, okay, you have needs in the district. Swing space is one of them. You have an ambitious plan with many phases. So there needs to be some space where it can absorb that and allow you to do the things you need to do on the broader scale in the master plan. And then this is an example from a Reef, Texas, where really just taking a full site and making that a pre-K site. We know there's a lot of needs in this district and many others to really address the early childhood education, and we wanted to, you know, look at examples that did that well. Training and professional development, there is always a need for that, and I think an increasing need, but a lack of facilities typically that are really kind of thought about with intention around staff professional development. So again, another great example here, in this case in San Antonio, really building a purposeful staff professional development center. And again, this is partnering with our municipal and community partners and thinking about what their needs are too, right? So if you're thinking about mission critical alignment, many of the municipal partners have that. This is an example from, we're working with Washoe County School District, and this is in the works now for partnering with the municipality for a lot of their both office and program needs. And then it starts getting, right? Because when you start thinking about mission, you can really expand that. And we all know we need to be thinking about elder care and housing there. So looking at examples where they've actually taken school facilities themselves, that we're not talking about redeveloping the entire property, but looking at actual school facilities and turning those into senior living facilities. So again, addressing the needs of the community, but using your facilities and assets to do that. And then there's other examples of long-term leases where you're working with private partners to look at things like we talked about teacherages, and that is, we all know housing crisis across the board, and no better way to accommodate that than really addressing the needs of your teachers and staff through innovative ways to partner with developers. And there's a host of others. And so I think the key takeaway is really kind of exploring what the needs are within this district, right? There's no one size fits all, and really having a process around and a criteria for evaluating what those might be, as opposed to sort of taking them on an opportunistic level, just really thinking about how do you think about that strategically as part of the master plan, not as a kind of afterthought. I'm going to turn it over to Paul Mills now.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, as well as members of the Bond Oversight Committee and Zoning Commission. My name is Paul Mills with Cannon Design, for the record. And stepping forward into the next steps, these conversations that we're going to be working with your community on are conversations. And there are number of questions that are really soulful and get down to the core purpose of the district, things like we have on the page here. How do we make sure that this work is focused on students? We've designed our process around student voice and having the opportunity for the needs of students stand out in front. Whose voices are present and whose are absent? We always want to remind ourselves that perhaps there are populations that aren't present, aren't participating in the process, but while underrepresented in the room, need to be thought of and intentionally brought to bear into the process. As Marika was mentioning, these schools is hallowed ground. We're talking about where we discovered who we are, where we met the lifelong partners and friends through our lives, and it's sacred ground. So when we're talking about change with school facilities, we want to make sure we're honoring the past. However, at the same time, we are planning for the future. We want to make sure that future students and generations have the full opportunities to have that sacred ground beneath their feet as well. Also to look at the opportunities for yes-if trade-up scenarios where change might seem difficult at first, but if we challenge ourselves to look as obstacles as opportunities for creativity and solutions and not as barriers, that's where we can see breakthroughs. Also, we want to make sure we're not looking at this blindly and thinking that we have the greatest ideas on the table without considering unintended consequences that could happen from this work. And importantly, when is the right time to act? So stepping forward, we're going to look into opportunities that are coming up for the community to participate in this process and give you a quick recap of where we are down this journey. As we've described in previous meetings to you, we have a designed process that's very intentional, that we're in the middle of this process where we're focused on options. The word options very intentional, meaning that there's no predetermined answer, that there are opportunities to explore different pathways, and it's informed by guiding principles and data. The participants in this process have been described in other meetings as well, but they're here for a recap for those that want a refresher on the different moments of engagement. But as you can see from the color coding, there's been a back and forth, very intentional, iterative process to be able to explore and vet different options transparently. Now, really looking at the community aspects and engagements and opportunities for the community to participate, we are on the precipice. Actually, after this meeting, towards the end of this month, we'll kick off 2 new rounds of community engagements. The first one was last spring, where we informed the values and priorities from which the draft options that we'll be describing in a moment were founded. All that work has been going through a design process and iterative vetting process, and leads us to the point now we do have finalized preliminary draft options for the community to review. And it's not just going to reveal them and quickly solicit information. We're going to have 2 rounds of opportunities to engage. Step number 2 is listening sessions. It's the opportunity for the community to hear for the first time what draft options are on the table and perhaps to offer up new ideas or be able to annotate and express their preferences. Then in step 3, we'll have the opportunity, having had those initial listening sessions, to come back with revisions to those options, and to be able to have a survey at that point in time for the community to have the chance to weigh in on their preferences to the options. So the timeline of those is right here, and we're really close to those. So here's a list of the dates and locations. Now, on the CCSD FMP website, we have specifics that you can drill down to what locations within these areas, but you can see the dates that start before the end of this month on 3/30 in the Green Valley Anthem area, going through the Boulder City in May 13th would be the last in-person. We do have some virtual, both in English and in Spanish, and evenings and daytime, weekends, and weekday opportunities as well. So what to expect with these opportunities? These by default will be conducted in English, however, with translation services and technologies available. We have specific areas with very intentional monolingual Spanish presentations so that many of your stakeholders that might feel barriers to participation, being language, that we have the opportunity for them to participate in the process in their native tongue without translation. What the agenda will be about is explaining what these and exploring, having small group discussions around what these draft options are. There's always the option to not make changes on the table. You'll see in the format that option A is always a status quo, not a do nothing, but a status quo option. And there'll be opportunities for comment and to offer new ideas. There'll be small group discussion, voluntary sharing. There'll be anonymous live polls for those that maybe feel inhibited to speak outward. They might have the opportunities through technologies to express their concerns in a private way. And then very importantly, we'll have the community survey number 2, which will measure the relative levels of support for the different options that are out there. And that will be data disaggregatable, so where we can see not just the overall levels across the county for the different options, but to be able to disaggregate by those directly affected by the choices that would be implied. So as mentioned earlier, fmp.ccsd.net is where all this information and documents live, as well as the schedules that we referred to. So let's get into it. We're here to present to you preliminary draft options. Those words are very intentional. Preliminary and draft, no decisions have been made. This is an exploratory process where we're looking down different pathways. And options means that there are more than one choice, and the community has full transparent opportunity to weigh in on those. We last presented to you on October 1st, and I'm going to give you a quick update of what we've been up to since then. We reconvened the district planning group 2 weeks later on October 15th to go over and get a draft set of the report that you see today, which we took on the road. We had over 35 virtual and in-person meeting with your school leadership. Every single principal was invited to participate in this, and the participation level was high. And 3 main areas of feedback that we received through these listening sessions with your talented school leaders. One, that there was a mutual understanding of what the challenges are, that there are limited resources and smart decisions are compelled. And also, there was an appreciation and understanding of the sorts of timelines that were being insisted upon by leadership of the district. Now, that's not to say that it was all great, good. There were some concerns obviously expressed. These are people who care deeply about their communities that they serve, the students, the families, and the staff. And those were areas of concerns. What kind of impacts would these choices have on them? And they're so proud of their school cultures, and they should be, right? They're concerned about what sorts of change might impact those positive cultures. And then, of course, the timing of when any sorts of changes might take place. Now, we're really proud to say we did have some very vocal expressions of appreciation that the district was taking the time to engage with these leaders, to be able to weigh in and listen to them and hear their concerns. But including them in this process before the community was a sign of respect to them, and they definitely expressed appreciation for that. After those meetings through January and February, we finalized the documentation that's being presented to you today, right? So you see the cover page of the 138-page tome that lists all the preliminary, or all of the foundational data that was referred to in the development of slates of options for all 350 of your school programs across your 400 buildings that you've got. I'm going to give you a little bit of a how-to, and this is as much for the community that's watching or streaming, but also for you, out of respect for the volume of work that you have in front of you. In order to comprehensively look at a district of your size, we definitely had to break things down geographically to focus on specific areas. These areas here mean nothing to anyone else anywhere except for the team that's working on the facility master plan. All of this district planning groups and stakeholder advisor groups, et cetera, know this language, but we want to very transparently convey this so that you understand it and your communities can understand it, because that's how we're going to structure all of the surveys and navigation, right? So we have 24 geographical planning areas that are defined really by major either natural or built barriers, like major highways, valleys, mountains, those sorts of things that divide up your communities, define these areas, right? They do not align with your attendance zones nor with your organizational regions one-to-one. It's loosely aligned with it, but we do this very intentionally. One, we're planning for the long haul, and we want to make sure that we plan for sufficient capacity in all geographies, regardless of grade configurations that you might have in the future, organizational structures, or any sorts of programs that might want to be. We want to make sure there's enough seats in the right places where the students are. We also want to make sure that this process is grounded in designing for community, that we're looking at these communities as an opportunity to really not look at filtering a spreadsheet and saying, these are schools we close because of data, but rather to think, how do we design around the needs of these localized groups? So looking deep, we have 24 sections that align with these planning areas, and there's 2 pages or 2 sets of pages among each of them. First, there's a facility enrollment data page, right? It's a dashboard that exists on the website as well, and it has very current enrollment projections that were recently developed by CCSD's talented staff, and rolls through and shows all manner of data around the facilities, the enrollment projections, capacity utilization, adequacy, as well as migration of students that will find geographical exceptions to attend different schools than from where they're zoned. Second, there's the slate of draft options, and that really gets to the meat of what this is all about and what questions and conversations will be had by your communities. So it's set up in columns, as you can kind of see there, and looking at it from a fuzzy perspective. Option A, as I mentioned earlier, is a status quo option. There always, at the end of the day, is the option to not change anything, but we want to make sure it's very clear that that comes perhaps with some challenges associated with it. And also, it's not a do-nothing scenario. It's very clear we got to take care of the buildings. Remember when we talked about the data back last May or so, you have a big spike of facilities that were built in the 1990s, early 2000s. They're reaching that age where they're starting to talk to us, right? We need air conditioners. There's a big looming need that's out there. So doing nothing's not an option. Then we have options B, C, et cetera, down the way, where there are different change scenarios that are out there. And that explores different opportunities, not just in the buildings, but looking at program opportunities, whether it's through magnet programs, different grade configurations, even looking at the number, size, and locations of schools, which gets into portfolio changes that implied by repurposing of facilities with some of the exciting opportunities that you have in front of you, like we see around the country. And then very intentionally, we always have a blank option on the page, and that's not because we ran out of ideas. It's very intentional. We want to make sure that every participant in the process has a space to be able to write their own ideas. It's kind of a write-in ballot for the politicians that are out there. But it's an opportunity for this community. There's genius in your community. Every single plan we do, we find very exciting, passionate ideas that come forward from stakeholders, and we want to honor that with a space for them to weigh in. So drilling down into the page a little bit, you can see that these options are in those columns, but they're expressed in a way where every single school that's in that planning area at that grade level is represented on a map, and it has these color-coded icons to express what the outcomes So if you're quick and you just want to find out what's in it for my school, you can drill down to your school and kind of see what types of facility options and program options are on the table. Then down beneath that, we have a way of coding the relative aspects that imply or impact are implied by the impacts of these decisions. And really, it's an expression of the benefits and challenges associated with these different scenarios. Down beneath that, we have a relative expression, kind of using a Yelp-style $5 sign expression of the one-time capital costs, for which we talked about the scarcity of dollars that we have, as well as the annual operating costs. Now, we have an open dialogue with staff on fine-tuning how that is calibrated and understood, but it's really about expressing the relativity of the operational impacts for cost savings that can be implied, which isn't about dollars. At the end of the day, it's about resources that you can reinvest back in the classroom. Oh, and down at the bottom, when this report is finalized and we come back to you in the fall with recommendations, you're going to see the survey results down at the bottom on this page, and that's in full transparency of this process. And then, importantly, it's at the back appendix, we have one line per school, alphabetically laid out, with just that color coding, so that you can quickly, at a glance, have a reference to what page, what section you're in, that alphanumeric coding for planning areas that only we know. This creates that transparency and accessibility that we strive to have for your community. All right, so back on October 1st, you might recall we presented to you the types of options categorically that are on the table. We discussed at length what these might imply, but we didn't name a single school at that point in time, right? Well, today's the day. We're actually going to reveal where these options are on the table. There's no preordained solution. Option A, B, C, D, et cetera, they're not in any sort of priority order at all. But these are the types of categories, and instead of going through 350 programs one after the other, we're going to speak categorically, but we'll name the schools in planning areas where these are relevant, right? So first and foremost, while the enrollment to the district definitely has leveled off, there are some areas where there's some still unmet demand for capacity. These are in particular up in the Northwest, the North, and Southwest, and there are options for relieving those through new construction, such as New Choice High School towards the Northwest, new pre-K-8 school, which you have one example of in your district now as an exciting opportunity in North 2, and as well as the high school relief in the Southwest. Moving on to the next category. Now, sometimes it's great. There's opportunities that do not imply any capital dollars. It's just through the stewardship of the AZAC and the board, the opportunity to look at zoning solutions that can help relieve crowding by redirecting students from schools that have crowding to schools that have surplus capacity that might be adjacent to them. We have a number of those that are listed in that top section there by specifics, and you'll see the alphanumeric coding that you can cross-reference back to the detailed book. Also implied by different grade programs, or excuse me, grade configurations or converting into magnet school, non-zone schools, that implies a rezoning too, and those opportunities are outlined at the bottom of this page. But you can see this is all over the map geographically. So this is the consideration that is district-wide. Next, and this is a capital plan ultimately, but it is informed by the great work that your educational leadership drives. And while we don't pretend to get into a lot of specifics around the specifics of programs, we like to flavor these options with the notion of what the aspirations are of all of your stakeholders, from the students themselves to families, to the leadership of schools, to all the teachers. This process actually is a vehicle to have those conversations. So you can see district-wide, there's definitely interest in expansion of early childhood. We know that is critical among your destination district aspirations, and in particular, how that might be co-located with high schools, where it creates opportunities for aspiring educators to learn in a living laboratory. Special education, their services, as well as alternative education, vital programs in the community are certainly opportunities that are on the table district-wide, as well as partnerships with either higher education or private sector industry. Potential schools that were identified in areas where it could be a draw. Instead of rezoning, perhaps there's opportunities to introduce new programs that will draw students to fill surplus capacity. Or in areas where there just aren't as many choices and different types of programs that are there. And these are outlined here, so you can see names of schools as well as the planning area codes for each of them. Now, this is a facility master plan, right? But it's about facility investments ultimately at the end of the day. And there's 3 broad categories of degrees of investments made into your schools. Now, general maintenance, these are your youngest schools, the ones built since 2017. And that's a staggering number. If I would just direct you towards this in the public, 50+ schools built since 2017. That's a lot of work. You should really be proud of the work that your departments and leadership have done and you as a board have guided. That's something to celebrate, right? And it's great because those schools we don't need to worry about for some time. Now, there's the great majority of the schools in this district will be subject to some form of renovation. Right? Comprehensive modernizations, maybe a complete gut redo, or even down the bottom cases there, the cases of replacing the buildings, right? We talked about the facility condition assessment data back in May, how there are some indicators beyond a point where it doesn't make sense to continue pouring money into an older building, and it's time to replace them. We have many names here on this list, and many of them have been on the CIP project list for some time. And we look at these as opportunities to fulfill promises as well as to lean into opportunities to be catalyst for some of the change opportunities that we're about to get into. A couple of points of note, Chaparral High School is a new project that is virtually universally acknowledged as one of the schools that is in such condition that it requires replacement. And McDaniel Elementary School, with a tight campus and some challenges and opportunities for trade-ups into rezoning, are 2 new ones that haven't been typically on your CIP. Grade reconfiguration is on the table, and there's 2 main categories of that. One is in your more remote areas, in the pursuit of best interest for students, looking at how in Moapa Valley, maybe a different grade configuration could better serve students by bringing enough scale of sections per grade and teachers within the same buildings, as well as Boulder City, right? Then we have opportunities to lean into the successes that you have had with Mackey School and also examples around the country of KA, pre-K-8 as a grade configuration. This could be in the form of magnet programs or even zoned areas. Those are listed here. And then we get to the category that everyone talks about, right? This is about making those hard conversations with the community in full transparency around, with the declining enrollment we have, the conditions of schools. We have circumstances here that demand that we have these conversations and explore these preliminary options. The situation is this: you have lower enrollment than you used to have, right? Empty seats in the buildings, and perhaps even projected further decline in the areas. That the buildings are underutilized, they're outdated, and need of very expensive repairs. And we talked about the dearth of capital resources that you have, and that you have multiple of these in the same area close by, neighboring each other, which creates challenges, right? It's not about dollars and numbers and savings. It's about the human impact. It's about the equity of opportunity for students to have the same sort of opportunities that all students deserve across the district. But that means that you have lower school budgets when there's lower enrollments, right? You're feeling it now. It means fewer staff. Perhaps even could affect class sizes depending on how rounding is done. Reduced student opportunities that implies. Electives, extracurricular programs, it implies that you have unicorns of teachers and you have amazing talent. This means that in those circumstances, you have teachers that are doing multiple preps, that are teaching multiple subjects, multiple grades even. This perhaps could be a challenge of cuts to programs, a burden and burnout on your staffs. Reduced opportunities for interdisciplinary opportunities where you have multiple teachers per grade level and they can really work as a team as opposed to being a lone Mohican or 1 or 2 together. And that presents a disparity versus some of your larger, better resource schools. And then the facility, just the simple matter of how do you spread your dollars around, as Dr. Gonzalez was mentioning earlier. This is a new day where we can concentrate resources in a meaningful, intentional way. So what's the solution, right? It's about replacing and renovating facilities first, creating a trade-up scenario where you're investing in fewer facilities, not spreading it across a bunch of half-full schools, and merging schools and concentrating those resources, right, so that you have better opportunities for students. And also taking this moment as an opportunity of change to create a whole new culture, a whole new chapter, and build some new exciting change that might be difficult to do in a status quo scenario. And finally, you wind up with these assets that you have, as Dr. Gonzalez eloquently stated earlier. We have an opportunity not just to shutter facilities, but to look at them as opportunities for creativity and providing vital services within the communities with some of the examples that Marika was sharing. Now, I have to say, this is, we very professionally have to express how we take this very seriously. Change of this sort of magnitude for hallowed ground, as we call it, with schools, is a very important conversation to have with the right level of empathy and understanding, and very importantly, along a responsible timeline. So there's preconditions that our Superintendent Ebert and leadership have driven us towards, is that, look, don't rush into this. We got to do this intentionally and correctly. And it needs to be in a circumstance where we're not just closing schools to go to a similar school that's further away, but rather to look at a true trade-up opportunity. That no change is made without empathetic community engagement like this process is designed, that there's an intentional implementation timeline, and the kind of the time frame we're looking at as earliest of 5 years, where we're starting the process now. And then predictable transition for staff, for community, et cetera. So it's not just, yeah, I can get my head around it maybe, but how does it really affect me, and what kind of supports are there for me as a staff member, as a family, et cetera. So let's get to it. These are those areas where we have identified groups of schools with the little gear symbol with the upward arrow signifying the true trade-up, is that it's a long-term trade-up along a timeline like we were describing earlier. Now, we're not naming which, but among those groups of schools, there will be schools replaced, or perhaps ones that are already designed for replacement. There will be many that will be renovated, and then up to as many as 20 campuses district-wide that would be repurposed and used for other community or district use. First and foremost, no high schools are under consideration for consolidation. The data just do not support it, and the circumstances of where your capacity lies. High school is not an area where we're talking about any sort of consolidation. At the middle school level, there are a couple of areas. In the historic west side and a little bit north of there, C1. In the north region, when we're looking at different grade configurations out at Moapa Valley, that's where that comes into play. South 1, we have opportunities for middle school repurposing of facilities and trading up, as well as in the south around Boulder City. And then elementary school, that's primarily where more of the numbers lie. There are more of those schools, and it just makes sense with declining enrollment that would be an area where there would be concentration of resources. So you can see the coding of the different areas that would reflect into the plan. So if you were expecting a complete list of, give me my list of school closures, that conversation is yet to be had. And our recommendations in the fall may include some specificity around some of those schools. However, it's very unlikely we'll have a hit list of 20 schools at that point in time, because we're talking about a responsible timeline under which you would reassess closer to the point of implementation.
So Brandon McLeod, for the record, we're happy to answer any questions now.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. And I actually think that the material is quite good. We did review it. The AZAC Commission did come up with several questions, some of which may be a little bit preliminary in this process, but I figured I'd share them anyway. Since we didn't have an opportunity to sit and ask them individually after the presentation, I'm just going to ask them as they were presented to me. Will this facility master plan ensure consistent opportunities for all CCSD students, including English learners? I don't know if anybody wants to answer them right now or who, one by one.
Felicia Gonzalez for the record. The answer is yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay. Number 2, will the plan expand or reduce access to IB, AP, and career technical trade programs across that district?
Felicia Gonzalez for the record. That is yet to be determined.
Okay. How will the district measure whether the FMP improves student outcomes, and what metrics and timelines will be used for this?
Felicia Gonzalez for the record. The metrics have not been created yet. We'll work with our partners at Canon Design to see if other districts have utilized metrics to measure success. But it is a great question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Will the FMP reduce or eliminate the need for portable classrooms? Is that a consideration?
Thank you so much for that question.
You're so welcome.
We have been asking that question quite a bit, and we are truly hoping that the use for actual classroom space will be eliminated. But for everybody's awareness, the use of portable classrooms for programs that supplement before and after school, et cetera, are greatly needed. And so, because we have partners that come in and have these wonderful, amazing programs, especially for family engagement. So we're hoping that they'll be utilized for those purposes rather than housing teachers.
Excellent. Thank you. What plans are included for maintenance upgrades, particular improvements to the air conditioning systems? And I know that touched on it briefly, but.
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. So one of the core categories is general maintenance items. That'll allow us to be a lot more prioritized in how we make larger maintenance investments. But certainly when it hits to capital level, you get into the other categories of how we allocate some of those dollars. But at least the general maintenance and maybe the renovations can be really targeted though for those schools.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's see the other one. Is the district prepared in this process to address any health and safety concerns such as asbestos or OSHA-related issues in these aging schools? Is that part of that consideration?
So Brandon McLaughlin for the record, yeah, our environmental services team, that's part of some of the criteria of what establishes FCI quantities is whether those sorts of issues are present, and so what they would need to be remediated. And so, yes, we would endeavor to reduce those hazards in certain schools when we go to modernize them or consolidate them or any of the other outcomes mentioned.
Excellent, thank you. One of the questions that came up, and I know you guys mentioned some of the trade-up, underutilized or empty schools being repurposed. Is any of that focused towards any trade education programs, such as plumbing, electrical, or other skilled trades?
Thank you for the question. That has not yet been determined.
Okay, fair enough.
Great idea, thank you.
Will the district allow facilities to be rented or used outside of educational or community programs?
Brandon McLaughlin for the record, yeah, any partner has the opportunity to utilize our spaces now through our Faciliton platform, so that process would not change.
Okay, fantastic. There was mention about the early childhood programs. Are these costs? Will there be a cost for those early childhood programs?
Thank you for the question. We're actually currently in the process of adding full-day pre-K by adding additional seats that will be funded through the Nevada Department of Education.
Beautiful. Okay. This one's kind of a larger question about the site and construction. Cashman's come up several times. I understand that area is quite tough and congested. Has the district made plans to address any of the traffic congestion and student safety concerns in that area?
So Brandon McLaughlin, two things to clarify within that. The previously or the currently designed straight middle school replacement for that site purposely gets it off of DI, for one of those being the reason for student safety to get them off of that main busy road. But I just want to reemphasize traffic safety is a joint effort. We're just one seat at the table, and it really takes our municipalities to help engage with that as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. This one is, so this kind of touched on it. I just want to reiterate. So we're looking at fall of this year. We should know what focus areas and what areas pertaining to AZAC would be readjusted or realigned. Is that the goal?
Brandon McLeod, for the record, yeah, it'll be close. You guys might get your data, and then that's where these recommendations may be at. But the goal would be, yeah, you guys are working on focus areas as what comes of some of these recommendations next
Okay.
year.
Fantastic. Let's see. What was the other one I had here? The, what will happen to non-licensed staff at schools that are consolidated or repurposed?
The non-licensed staff, if there are any type of consolidations, we follow the process that's outlined in their CBA.
Okay, fantastic. What specific commitments exist regarding staff retention and reassignment? That's what you just outlined as well, correct? It's included in that?
That's included in that, yes, it is.
Okay, great. Perfect. That was all that I had here on this list. Sorry, I know it was a lot, but I don't believe, is there anything else from the commission? Any other discussion items? No? Okay, excellent. Well, with that, the AZAC committee will go ahead and close out 2.03, and I will go ahead and turn it over to BOC. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hello, thank you, hi. So now the Bond Oversight Committee will open 2.03, Facility Master Plan Building Brighter Futures, preliminary draft options. As a reminder, this is a discussion item, not an action item. So we'll have the presentation now, right? No. Thank you. All right, so unfortunately, the Bond Oversight Committee did not have a chance to separately go over this, so I am not nearly as coordinated as Nick in having a line of questions. So I would like to give an opportunity for the Bond Oversight Committee members to ask their questions at this time. I will just say, if you did hear Nick ask that question and you got your answer, then please, or if it was close to your answer, please accept that as that part of the conversation, knowing that we still have the full Board of School Trustees to ask questions as well. So to that end, I will entertain questions from our Bond Oversight Committee and come up here to the microphone if you have something you'd like to ask. Okay, we have Jessica Allen. Thank you. And I can keep a list going. Yeah. We'll go with Jessica first.
Hi, Jessica Allen for the record. I just want to clarify the amount of questioning you've provided for teachers to offer their feedback and what's going on beyond what the principals are saying. I just want to make sure I didn't miss that.
Just to clarify, you're asking, have we engaged teachers?
Yeah, to what extent?
Yeah, so I'll invite Canon Design to go through opportunities for their input over the next couple of months with that.
Thank you for the question. Paul Mills with Canon Design for the record. The stakeholder advisory groups, we have 5 of them, geographically oriented, 3 for the main that align with your organizational regions, as well as 1 for the north, more remote areas and south remote areas. Each of them have participants that start with students, family members, principals, teachers, as well as community, industry members. We have upwards of 25 to 30 in each of these committees that have been participating in the process, and they have included teacher participation. That isn't to say that they represent and bear the responsibility for all teachers, rather that they represent their communities. In the series of community engagements that were outlined early in this presentation, every stakeholder, including teachers, have full opportunity to participate in this process. We would invite opportunities as well to perhaps working through the district, engage teachers or representatives discreetly.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. I'm just kind of concerned because there was an emphasis on principal feedback and an obvious emphasis on student/community engagement, because, that's who we serve. But I'm really concerned when the challenges most impact teachers, they're going to be bearing, taking on the majority of the burden of the challenges that these schools are going to be enduring through consolidation or closing or whatever else we end up doing. And I'm really concerned, especially understanding, being a former teacher of CCSD for quite some time, understanding that, principals don't always understand what's happening at the ground level the way that teachers do. They don't always represent what's really going on in schools beyond what their own agenda is. And I'm really concerned that we're overlooking more involvement or more engagement from teachers, but we're making sure to get involvement or engagement from all principals. We've got principals terrorizing schools and their school staff, and I don't think certain schools are necessarily going to feel represented by their administrator going to these meetups, while they're enduring information about surplus and potential rifts, and they're probably doing this on their work day, going and talking together with the administrators of the district while teachers are running campuses and taking care of all of the things that happen on a daily basis. So I'm just really concerned that we're not emphasizing the importance of teacher feedback in this whole process, because they will ultimately be the ones shouldering the majority of the challenges and taking on, selling their preps, taking on the additional students that they're not used to teaching in their class in terms of class sizes and case management. So that's my biggest takeaway. I appreciate the information and everything that was provided. I just really, really don't want the district to forget about teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Jessica. You wanted to, can I have Yvette Williams come forward, please?
Thank you, Yvette Williams, for the record. Thank you for allowing this to happen today. I really appreciate the transparency and the engagement of us working all together. It's really a pleasure to see, so thank you for that. A couple of things that stuck out in my mind. Most of the schools that are going to be impacted will be in the central part of CCSD, our oldest neighborhoods. So one of my questions is, or one of my concerns I'd like to express is, will there be an opportunity once you've identified what that final plan is? I know you're going to have some community sessions broadly, but would those neighborhoods, those communities, those particular schools, would you consider hosting event at their school that's being impacted specifically for that school population? It's going to be a lot of fears, a lot of concerns. The other thing is, did you take into consideration transportation needs? Are we going to expand transportation to that area? Because a lot of those folks are lower income, and they may not have the transportation to be able to get their kids to this school further away. So I really like to understand better too, and I'm sure the community would as well, and would go a long way in relieving some of those concerns they're already starting to have about those kind of concerns that they will have. And then my other question was related to new programs. I see a big emphasis around early childhood. So I guess one of my questions is, if you could answer that, is was that the students saying that was what they want, was early childhood education? Because that's not what I hear. And we have over 1,600 kids in our organization, and we get a lot who are wanting to go into education, and we're excited about that. We encourage that, but that's not what we're hearing from our students. So are we gearing if we're going to be a destination district, is it a destination for what we want them to do, or is it a destination district for what they want to do? And so I really would like to understand better how we came up with these new programs, given the fact that it seems to be just that. The other thing was, I had a question on the survey. So you're going to have a survey at the end of all of this. It's called Survey 2. And so one of my concerns when we talk about surveys is we can write surveys, the questions, so that we get the answer we want. And so I'm hoping that we are not doing that, and that we are trying to the verbiage of those survey questions allow community, students, teachers, everyone, community organizations, to really have the opportunity to complete that survey authentically and be able to express their true feeling and true opinions, and not guiding them to what we want them to do. And that was it. Thank you so much. Oh, you said that the presentation, this is on the website as well, on the website in color? Because these are not in color, and so it's kind of hard to see the plan. So is that available on the website as well? It is on the website. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, too.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, Aved. And Christine.
Madam Chair, would you like us to
Well, you stepped
respond?
down. Was there a question that you wanted answered by Felicia?
Go ahead.
Well, wasn't sure. You popped down, so I was
know,
wondering
I
what
figured,
sure.
I figured they would just go ahead and answer that.
Oh.
I was particularly interested in the CTE programs around education, early childhood
Okay.
education. And, because that's all I saw. I saw nothing else. I didn't see any other opportunities that kids are expressing.
Felicia, would you like to take that one?
Thank you for the question. So we are currently exploring placing pre-K programs at schools that already have existing CTE teacher programs, so that they can, so not only are they in the program, but they actually have the ability to apply those skills right there at the school. Those are for existing programs that currently are there. And we are also taking a look at where there are, for lack of better terminology, deserts, where there are lack of access to pre-K programs in neighborhoods, so that we can, one, get students earlier into our education system, but two, to really benefit those high school students, so that they can, because they're interested in going into the teaching field, they will actually have hands-on experience with those students at those schools.
Thank you so much.
Didn't really answer my question, though. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Chris Giunciliani. I'll start with a statement I used to use years ago. Change is exhilarating when it's done by you and frightening when it's done to you. So I think actually you're ahead of the curve here, and so I think the public will generally appreciate that, the outreach that's being done and the conversation that's going in. A couple of questions. Will adjustments be needed next session for the funding formula to not just look at per pupil funding, because per pupil is no longer meeting the needs of all of our districts? So it's a question to kind of get that out on our radar side. Has there been any discussion on that?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, you're asking because of this facilities program to?
No, I think because of the loss of enrollment, which is an international problem because of the birth rate, we fund our schools on a per pupil expenditure, which affects the districts in this state. Is it time to maybe, because of the facilities recognizes that there's a problem, that there potentially needs to be some additions or changes or shifts to the per pupil funding program? Because it's an opportunity in my mind.
There's always an opportunity for looking at.
I'll help write it.
Yes. I want to make sure just that I'm not overstepping.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it. I just say, that was just a question, because I think the funding is being driven by the birth rate and the loss that comes in. And so we have an opportunity to maybe look at that structure.
Yeah,
That's
thank
all.
you.
And along with that, because we are close to 12 billion still short in maintenance, we will need to possibly, as the district, pursue some ideas for maintenance dollars separate for construction. And that's something that you'll be looking at, okay? Repurposing your schools. So that could include pre-K, childcare on campus, working with counties and munis, municipal governments to maybe put in recreational centers, those types of things, so that you'll still have a neighborhood school, but it might be accommodating a neighborhood in a completely different way than what we do now. Okay. How many of our schools, and if you don't know this, are on an RMPP?
I was going to say trustee, June Killian, but not trustee, senator, assemblywoman, all those titles that you've had.
I have none.
Passed. I would like Deputy Superintendent Gonzalez to weigh in on your question. You kind of listed things, but this team has spent quite a bit of time, but we will need to spend more time.
Right.
So if she can expand a little bit on that last question.
Thank you,
comment.
Superintendent. Yeah, so you are absolutely correct. We will be partnering with our municipalities and the county. We have already engaged in meetings, also letting them know that we are engaged in the facility master plan, and that and making sure that there's an awareness regarding our decline in enrollment due to birth rates, and I'll tell you that each one of them are grateful for the conversation, grateful that we are willing to engage with them, because our community, as you know, has great needs. And so they're looking forward to that future conversation with us.
Okay, good. That's ahead of the time. Are there barriers that we've identified to adding, or will be identified, to adding middle school to elementary, pre-K to elementary and to high school? I'm talking more about licensing components, because I haven't looked at this in years, but some people can get a pre-K1, some can get a K8, some can get a, so anticipating, is anybody looking for where there may be barriers for providing staff for their licensing changes?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We currently have K-8 models. We have Joe Mackey, et cetera. So where we know that we have to take a look at their licensing to make sure that we have the correct placements, but we don't see that will be a concern.
Okay, so you think there's enough flexibility in the state regulations on how they do the licensing then?
Yes.
Okay. And then have we explored in turning some high school students with our facilities people during this process so they can see how community outreach occurs, how planning occurs, and so on and so forth? It might be an interesting way for some of the student councils to recommend some kids to maybe follow along, because it's a heck of a learning curve, I think, for all of us in the long run. So I just throw that out there.
Thank you for that question. We actually have students from student advisory committee that are sitting on these advisory groups for the facility master plan. Excellent. And they are very engaged.
Good. Portables. I know, can portables be utilized for childcare or after-school programming, rather than just getting rid of them as you rebuild or deal with crowding?
Thank you for the question. There's always that possibility, but nothing's been determined at this time.
Okay. So we haven't gotten rid of them, because it's sometimes you like, oops, got rid of them all, now you want to bring them back. So I think planning needs to be for right now and within the next 5 years, but it may change again back to the opposite way. So we shouldn't lose assets that we have out there, if that's the case. Special ed, special needs kids, are they impacted differently other than the one school? I know that I think as Brandon mentioned to us in briefing, that may be relocated, I think.
So as we are making our way through the facility master plan, and as we get towards making recommendations, we need to make sure that we are providing the services that are required for special education students.
Okay. And again, just as a retired teacher, I would say make sure that their voices, and not just administrative with no disrespect, are listened to, as well as our support personnel who have to maintain and respond and bus them and whatnot, just so we make sure that their voices are heard as well. Thank you. That's all I have. Did you have anything else?
Thank you, Chris. Does anyone else from the Bond Oversight Committee? All right. It is a little chilly in here. So I do have a couple of questions that I was waiting until the end in case they did get answered. I want to ask, what is the communication strategy around talking about the money that is funding these projects, the challenge of separating that, as we've come across in Bond Oversight Committee, bond money being different from maintenance money being different from, we're in an environment where teachers being surplus, we're hearing all of this talk about budget deficit. So is there a communication strategy about talking about how these are different, essentially, pots of money?
Brandon McLeod, for the record, not necessarily a communication strategy, but I think it is important to highlight, and I'll piggyback on the per pupil question because it is a good distinction. The per pupil funds our maintenance team, separate and apart from many of the things in this discussion. That's the dollars we're trying to optimize to then return to the classroom. Capital dollars are based upon how much property valuation is across the county, irrespective of where students are at. So it is a good distinction to say, yes, capital is this, and there's this much need, and maintenance has an equally large number that's underfunded. So.
Great. And just as we move forward, the more opportunities we have to make that distinction clear to the public, I think the better off these conversations will end up being. A question about the FCI numbers. I know that they have come. So as far as my knowledge is, FCI, the Facility Conditioning Index numbers, are evaluated on basically a 5-year schedule where 20% of the schools are covered every year. How dynamic are the FCI numbers in these reports? Are these numbers, the 20% of schools, as they get updated, are those numbers being updated in these planning projects, in these planning documents? Is the website being updated in somewhat real time? And are there areas that we are targeting any of these schools for updated FCI numbers outside of their normal 5-year cycle of evaluation?
So Brandon McLeod, for the record, we started out this process. Canon was not under contract to go do FCIs on every single school building, but what they were tasked with to take a small sampling of it and then validate the rest of it, and they've done that. And so the values you've seen are actually a pretty static number within it, but we generally account for about 0.02 FCI scale indicator year over year. So if the data is old, it's only off by 0.02 at this point because of the duration we've had this data available.
I see. So there's no forecasted need to update the FCI numbers prior to final decision-making presentations.
Unless, Brandon McLeod, for the record, unless something catastrophic happened at a building, which we would know. Yeah, there's nothing that would swing it drastically any direction.
Okay, thank you. And now I can understand how it is valuable to take time, particularly when you were talking about the closures of schools or uplifting, I'm using the wrong word, upselling, trading up. Upselling, that sounds a little more, sorry, trading up in these schools. Is there any part of this process that is evaluating the cost to the district to have such a long lead time and a long, to essentially not prioritizing some of these decisions a little more quickly than 5 years and calculating what that might cost the district on the other side of that to have such a long lead time with that conversation?
Yeah, Brandon McLeod, for the record, certainly as we narrow in on the recommendations with Canon, where we get to the more granular level of capital versus operational savings, if whether it's better to invest now and save operationally or vice versa, if there's things that make absolute sense just on first blush of math, I'd say, yeah, we'll flag those for discussion earlier on than not.
Okay, so we're not locking ourselves into a 5-year commitment when it becomes maybe clear that a decision in one particular area needs to be made more quickly.
Right. I think the 5 years is a good general practice.
Mm-hmm.
There may be instances where faster or slower makes all the sense in the world for both money and or students and or any other community context.
I would totally agree. I just don't want anyone feeling there's a promise to not touch a school for 5 years and have a conversation 2 years from now that makes a lot of sense, but is fought because there's an implied promise that we aren't touching those for 5 years. And then finally, when it comes to the community forums, when we last had our joint meeting, there was talk about partnering with some of those municipalities and kind of combining efforts with their outreach. Is that still the plan as we reach the second level of communication, that there's more engaged outreach along those levels as well?
The answer is yes.
Fantastic. Love hearing that. I I don't see anyone on Bond Oversight Committee flagging me down desperately. So I do want to thank you all for engaging in this meeting and for taking patience with all of our questions, as we had not had a chance as a separate committee to go through this. But that closes item 2.03 for the Bond Oversight Committee, and I will now happily turn it over to the Board of School Trustees and President Stephen.
Thank you so much. This has been very informative. So I'm going to open 2.03 to the board. We've already heard the presentation, so I'm going to open it up to discussion. I see Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I don't know if it's true or not, because I don't speak Cantonese and I don't read and write. I don't read and write Chinese, but someone once told me that the same pictograph for crisis also is the pictograph for opportunity. And again, if anyone out there knows if that's true or not, right, I would really appreciate being corrected or not. Look, losing up to 30% of our children enrolled in our schools, that's a crisis. It's a crisis next year to lose 5,000. But this is an opportunity. There's an opportunity for the district to change with the times. There's some things that the district can do that other educational facilities, right, that others cannot do. I have to, at the level, and this is one I'm going to commend our superintendent and her team. Just recently, I have a little boy. He just turned 3 years old. He's deaf, and he went through Child Find. The staff dealing with me, and I didn't realize how much I didn't know about my deaf child's education. And our staff was incredible. The professionalism and their acumen about my little boy's education, right, is unchallenged. And I'll also point out that although right now there's only 2 facilities that my son can choose once we get the callback from the district and probably some transportation, by next year there'll be 4 places to go to. And I have to commend, of course, our staff for doing a fantastic job to double the amount. But there's probably a lot of other children here who need the same kind of resources that my son's going to get. And by the way, in a few years, he will be actually able to participate probably in a regular classroom. And I guarantee the children that are going to be in there with him are going to be enriched by what he learns in his pre-K program. I know, because I was a teacher and I had deaf students in my high school, and you wouldn't believe how much they added to my classroom with the hearing kids. There are things that the school district can do where they're unmatched. There's the opportunity to capitalize on those. I'm a Rancho High School guy, and of course, you know, I had to give something, a big shout out to our friends over here at Las Vegas. Hey, we're only rivals on the field. We're brothers in other places. And what I know is there are already communities of interest, because whenever whenever Rancho High School plays against Vegas High School for the Bone game, there's all the feeder schools that go from the elementary to the middle schools. They all have a Wildcat Day where they all dress in red. So we already have communities like that are already kind of invested. This is a chance to actually capitalize on those. We have communities of interest. I don't want to be using it for using that idea, communities of interest, but we already do. This is a fantastic opportunity. We've done this before. Rancho High School years ago was going to be, you know, because we had a different political climate, was going to be kind of like shut down. But the district back then, almost 30 years ago, incorporated a MANIT program, a program of excellence, and Rancho High School got ranked as one of the schools of excellence here just a few years ago. Now, if you look over here on page 16, the enrollment isn't going to go down all that much for Rancho High School. And believe me, when I taught there, we were always over 3,000 students, okay? I had PATH classrooms, but I don't want to talk about that. I noticed that there was another elementary there, Bracken, right there in my neighborhood, not that far away from here, that the projections from them, they're going to be at 105%. That's because they have a heck of a program right now that brings children in. we have these instances where if you break them right, you have the right leadership, you have the right programs, people will vote with their feet back to the district. This is an opportunity for us to do the things that other educational institutions are doing. K through 8, well, don't look now. That's a big selling point for other programs that I won't mention, okay? Now we have a chance to go ahead and steal a little bit of that fire for our kids in the public schools. I think this is a fantastic. I think this is a fantastic idea. I guess my question, and of course, I do get it. We have to be kind of careful about this. We have the opportunity now, and if we do it right, well, we can actually have an integration of ideas. We can have much more efficiencies, right? That again, that cannot be underestimated. So I guess my question is, really. Again, whenever we have these, as one of our distinguished guests from the community pointed out, we need to have just even more input from our communities, right? And I always get a little bit sad whenever I know just how important the schools are. They're in the Latino community. The school is seen as the center of the community there. I'm just wondering how much more we can get input from them, genuine input. I'm thinking, have dinner, host actually dinner for families to come in. They're coming home from a long day of work. They haven't even fed their kids or themselves yet. I'm thinking, if I had to bust out my plancha and make tacos, right, to get people to come out, I'll do it, right? I'm kind of hoping we can tailor more of input to the different communities. I just went to the Vietnamese New Year thing, right? And they have a fantastic community, right? So I'm thinking if we engage them and have them invite people, right? Maybe we have the Black Student Union parents come in and have them help us host something, right? We'll have the parents that we want coming out to enjoy, to come out and voice their opinion. So I guess that's kind of a question, suggestion. I don't know if that's such a thing, but
thank you, Trustee Barone. So we have 30 upcoming community meetings, and so we will be working collaboratively with our communications department to ensure that community-wide, school-wide, everyone is aware that these are available. And also, as you can see, we will be hosting some of these exclusively in Spanish, and then some of them that will have translation that are available at these meetings, so that we can engage with our entire community.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Now I'm thinking about tacos. Thank you, Trustee Barone. I have a question. I'm going back to the early childhood because I just need some clarification. So we were talking about repurposed schools, and you have early childhood pre-K centers. From what I know, generally when we're talking about early childhood, that's birth to 8 years old, right? And then pre-K starts 3 in some situations, 4 and 5. So when we're talking about these possible centers, are they connected with CTE programs? Like, what does that really look like? Because I also think about daycare centers. They struggle even maintaining staff on there, and I know they need different licensures and everything. So my biggest concern is cost too. Is it going to be more costly to have something like that? So I'm gonna let you kind of break down what you imagine as the repurpose of this school for something like this looks like.
Thank you. These are for that question, Trustee Zamora. These are not CTE programs. So when one of those possible repurposed options was put up there, and it's envisioned that we would have centers that are exclusively for early childhood and pre-K, and these are the opportunities where we could possibly partner with our municipalities if there's that need. These are just the possibilities that exist to repurpose. That's just one of many that were provided on the list. But to clarify, these are not CTE programs.
Thank you. And I was getting those a little bit confused. I feel a lot of folks were trying to ask the question, so thank you for that. The other question I have is, so we had a learning lesson with our community meetings from the first go around. I know we took a lot of learning situations from there, how to communicate out to the community so they can participate. The last community meeting we had was back in May last year. Have we done anything to keep the people engaged who participated the first time?
President, may I jump in? Thank you. So a couple things. I'm going to go back to, because I want to be crystal clear about, because what Deputy Gonzalez has said in two instances are both right, but I feel like there might be some conflation between the two, so I'm going to completely separate. Number one, in regard to the use of space that may be available in the future, right? All of those pieces, whether it is a community partnership, Boys and Girls Club, communities in schools, other partnerships that we know that bring a neighborhood together, a community together around a school that could be early learning, birth to, whatever. Those are all components that we're looking at now that we have space, right? It's an opportunity. It's an excellent opportunity that we have not had. Like, I would never imagine 20 years ago that we'd be having this conversation. So let's take it as an opportunity. That is one piece with space. The other component that is happening where we already have teaching and training programs going on is actually adding, and Deputy Gonzalez talked about deserts, where we don't have pre-K programs. We know as a state we only serve 11% of the eligible pre-K children. So creating more pre-K seats, was going to be part of the presentation tonight, Core 4, pre-K. And so at the schools where there are already teaching and training programs, adding a pre-K component to those high schools, it is giving the CTE students in those schools that are doing the teaching and training hands-on right at the school. So they won't need to travel. I mean, they still, those like myself that want to be a high school teacher or middle school, they still would do those partnerships with the neighboring schools and go in and tutor and all those pieces. So I hope that answers that piece as well. And then the third piece that I want to add to this conversation, because I love the questions, is we've had this opportunity to have the dream sessions and talk about learning and what learning could look like. And so those CTE programs, and I sat at the table with the BSU president at one of our schools who was in a dream session, right? So we have had students at all of our dream sessions and listening to their future, and they want hands-on opportunity in the community, right? They want to practice whatever it is, profession that they want to go. They want to be in the community. So not so much that we need to use the minimal funds, thankful for the funds, right? But how do you make sure that dollar stretches? We don't necessarily have to build a program for every CTE program in our school buildings, but we need to make sure that we have the connections with the community, whether it's the city of Henderson, all of the different spaces that we have that our high school students specifically, and then we'll work our way down, have the opportunity to engage, and we lift up, what the Northeast CTA is doing, right? Having students go out into the community and work for a week. So that also helps with our facility dollars, because we don't necessarily then have to build a manufacturing, gaming situation, whatever it is that our students AI, that we don't necessarily have to build it within our building, but we do have to make sure that our students have the hands-on opportunity within our community. So there's a lot of parts that are moving, but they're moving together, right? 48,000 people responded to the strategic plan, and it is about learning. It is about learning, and then we're going to build the learning environment based on what our community has said.
Thank you for that. That was very clear, and I really appreciate you jumping in. My other question is on page 38, potential grade reconfiguration. Looking even at the first pre-K to 8 choice schools, let's pull in Gregson, Canberra, and Lunt Elementary School. What we're thinking about these schools turning into a K-8, correct? Just for clarity.
Well, actually, for clarity, these are potential options that have been identified.
Okay. So they're staying in their current location and just expanding.
Trustees Zamora, there's been no determination made regarding these schools. These are just potential options that have been identified that may be on the table. While they're in here, and these schools are aware that we are utilizing them as the examples, the principals were notified. These are conversations that have to continue alongside the communities.
And I want to clarify, because this was public, right? And there was some talks of parents and I think some staff freaking out. I don't know how to say that nicely. And the biggest concern, when I look at the map, right, these 3 schools specifically, they're surrounded by charter schools, right? So there's already a competition that they have to hold on. So when we're talking about possible expansion, I know one of the things that I have heard back was, does it mean that our classes are going to get fuller, right? And like, that's what people don't like about the district. I think the schools are in a really good place. So my biggest, I think, advice for people then is to definitely show up to these meetings that we're going to be having. They do start, this is my little pitch, they start March 30th, and they even have Saturday ones, and Saturday one is April 25th, so they're in-person and virtual, and I want to say thank you for expanding, the accessibility for these meetings, because it is important to have our communities, especially a Spanish-speaking one, where they're comfortable not having a translator and just being able to have that authentic conversation. So really pushing for those meetings. It is on the website. But I was also on the website, and I saw the option. Someone had asked if it's on the website. The draft options is not on the website that we were referencing. When will that be updated?
Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, this reference material C is the option. So you're going to the fmp.ccsd, so that'll be uploaded immediately following this meeting.
Okay, thank you. And that's just to clarify, because we did say it was on the website. We didn't clarify if it was on board docs or the actual website we're advertising, right? I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to our Superintendent Ebert and the staff for this briefing and to giving us a time to digest and ask questions even before our briefing here. I'm really excited because this is going to consolidate resources. We're going to bring more students access to higher quality programs and facilities. And I know we touched on a lot on childhood education and development, but I really think it's important to talk to the community about this. So I don't know if I could bring Dr. Welsh up here, but I would really like to just kind of, my question was like, when we're looking at early childhood development, how impactful is that to increasing our literacy rates to children and centering our world around children, the benefits for this for our children? How beneficial is it to have early childhood development in our programs?
I will save Dr. Welsh from stretching his legs unless he really, really wants to come up. But the research shows very clearly that having a pre-K program for our students better prepares them for actually college, right? Pre-K, and we have other educational experts at the dais that can answer the same question. Yes, it sets all of our children up for success. Yes.
And so that's why I appreciate taking this initiative to bring this to CCSD instead of waiting for our legislators in Carson City to fund it, and we're just bringing it here. And for those listening, we definitely want that funding to come down here. So my next question was for the board as far as, I know, and you guys all answered a lot of my questions that I had through AZAC, through the bond oversight, so I appreciate going through this. My question was for like the next steps, the action part, when we're going to start seeing movement, and what kind of participation is the board going to have in that?
So Brandon McLeod, for the record, the timeline we outlined is we're continuing to just iterate on it. There's, by intentionality, this item is not even an action in this agenda because it's just, here's the preliminary draft option. So we'll continue to iterate these options, or Canon will be iterating these options with the district and with our community over the next 6 weeks, 8 weeks. We'll continue to iterate on them over the summer, further refining administrator voice as well as teacher voice. We heard loud and clear in today's questioning. And then ultimately would be bringing action as early as the fall timeframe.
Of 2026?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be the goal.
Awesome. And then, will that be enough time for AZAC and the bond oversight to see, because they'll need their agenda posted, I think it's like May or March or April of the following year. Will that be enough time for them?
Well, to Mr. Faday's question, yeah, we usually identify the focus areas in about the September, October timeframe. So in response to his question, it'll be tight probably, but there's certainly other attendance zone items they will likely take up next year if this doesn't time out with that. But the goal would be, hey, it would be great for them to start working on some of this. And to answer the Bond Oversight Committee Chairwoman's sentiment as well, if there's things that make absolute sense and there's things we want to move on sooner, we'll bring those sooner. But just the goal collectively right now is just that fall time frame holistically.
Awesome. And I really appreciate the movement that we're heading in. This is a great direction for the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza Stoffergan.
I want to thank our superintendent. Everybody's saying it, but really the personnel, because I'm sure you've had some sleepless nights and you've probably looked at these documents over and over and revised them and redid them, and we're here. We're here, and it's just the beginning, right? It's the beginning. Thank you to Canon Design. I've been watching things at a national level. I've been watching how some other districts are handling this, and it's not pretty. It's really messy. And I want to say I'm just so glad that we are doing this differently. It's really important. And I have 3 questions. We get 3, right, President? One's legal, one's parent, one's messaging. So, Mr. Ogazaki. Oh, he is not here. Wow, he's coming back. So, I'll wait for him.
He can hear you.
He'll come back. He'll come back. Are you here, Mr. Ogazaki? I apologize. I did not see that you went to the back. So, I will say it slowly, because as I said, some districts, and I want to thank you, AZAC and Bond Oversight. I was checking off my questions because we had some of the same ones. Thank you for that. Okay, here's my legal one, Mr. Ogazaki. Are there legal or bond restrictions on repurposing our facilities?
John Okazaki, General Counsel, I can definitely not answer that right on the spot here.
Okay.
So I can look into it.
I really think, oh, Brandon, you can answer it?
What I can offer is, yes, the district owns a lot of our parcels. We also lease many of them from the federal government. So we'd be restricted to whatever the recreation and public purposes leases we hold with those would entail us to be able to do.
I think that's crucial because we don't want to make promises to the community that we cannot keep. So I just want to put that on the record that there may be some limitations with some of this redesigning that we're going to consider. So I think in our messaging, when we go out on our 40 meetings, I think that needs to be expressed, that our hands can be a little bit hampered on that. So I just want to put that out there. The other thing, because I am the rep, as the rep trustee on this committee, I've been talking to some of the individuals that you have been working with. And one of the suggestions and recommendations that they've had is that they want to have a clear opportunity to have some more input than what's been, Mr. Mills. They and appreciate the work and the presentation, but can we redesign the process to allow some time and opportunity for some Q&A with them, and then some additional time for input. And I think because we're in a critical stage of the process of where ideas are starting to form, and I know you're kind of looking at me like, who are you talking to? But they talk to me too. So I wanted to put that in there as an ask. I love, Trustee Zamora was talking about the messaging, and that was my last question, and then I'll stop, because I'll check them off. You know, I think we assume that people go to our website, and that is a beautiful dream. I think we need to meet people where they are. And so I think we can be really creative, and I have some ideas, and I don't want to share them all now because it's a laundry list. But the real simple one is, are we actually using our parent link to say, hey, this meeting's happening, it's in your community. I mean, I know the parents don't love the text messaging, but you get it, and that is quick and fast, and no one can say they weren't told. So I think let's just think differently about how we're engaging our educators, our parents, even, yes, we have our student voices, and I love that. Thank you for doing that. But I think that's just something that I'm kind of getting some feedback on, meeting people where they are. Grocery stores, swap meet, like flyers, I don't know, Spanish, English, Tagalog, all languages. Okay, and I'll stop.
All right. Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll echo what they said, that some of the questions have already been answered. Thank you very much for our presenters, very thorough. And I especially want to thank the AZAC Committee and the Bond Oversight Committee. Ms. Allen asked the questions about teacher input. These are all my questions, but you guys had them first. Ms. Williams asked about the survey, making it more, shall we say, open-ended and kind of amenable to people being able to put down their true thoughts. Christie, of course, took my question on licensing. That was one of my big ones. And Trustee Zamora covered the messaging pretty well. So you're lucky. I only have a couple here. Unintended consequences. I noticed that that was mentioned. And so can you expand on that a little bit? Do you have a preview or just something kind of like you're thinking about as far as unintended consequences?
Paul Mills, for the record, great question. It's more thinking beyond just the decision point. It's thinking through the next steps and how that might veer us into a different pathway that might have consequences on programs, on facilities, on budgets, on staffing, et cetera. It's really just thinking more comprehensively and long range.
Okay, so kind of just going beyond, kind of like coloring outside the lines of what we have in front of us right now, and we won't know that until we know it. Is that kind of what I'm hearing here? Okay, and I'm looking at Deputy Superintendent.
That is correct, thank you.
Kind of like we don't know yet. The other thing was lots of questions about concerns about school culture. So I'm very encouraged about the type of outreach that we're all going to be doing. And when I say all of us, I mean all of us sitting on the dais too, not just you guys, and the structure of this and making sure that our communities do know about that. Do we have some kind of a plan that if a parent or a school member, or as somebody brought up, a teacher, staff member, a principal has about their school culture that they feel like it's kind of like going away, being erased with, what's happening to their particularly impacted school? How are we going to, do you have a plan for how we're going to address that?
Thank you for that question. So as we have been communicating with principals, and so just to be clear, we met with all principals so that they had a solid understanding on how to read these draft options, because before we move forward, they're the ones that the parents are going to come to them, the teachers are going to come to them, and we need to provide them with the tools to be able to say, yes, this is the facility master plan, and this is how you read these. These are just draft options. These are the discussion points. There's going to be an opportunity to provide feedback, so that they are also at the center of collecting information. And along the way, we did realize just that. There are certain things that are happening on campuses that are so unique, but we don't have them cataloged anywhere. And so as we start to have discussions and as part of the recommendations, we have to sit down. If there's a consideration for a specific campus, we do need to hear from, first of all, we need to hear from all teachers, support staff, parents, students, and the principals and assistant principals and all of the staff that are on schools. And the way to do that is for them to attend these meetings. But once there is going to be more of a decision point made, we have to also sit down with the leader of that school, gather any additional information that's necessary that will inform the recommendation. And so we've already learned that we have to do that. So as a part of the process, in order to put recommendations in front of you, because we need to know what things exist on each of our campuses.
Thank you so much. That really helps a lot, and I really appreciate the effort that you guys are putting in this, because I want to be able, and I think my colleagues would agree, that when somebody sends me an email and says, oh, another listening session, another this session, what's the point of that? I want to be able to answer and say, this is what our goal is, this is what our intention is, this is what we want to hear from you, because we don't want to make those decisions without you. So thank you so much for that answer. I appreciate it. That was all I had, because everybody did the work for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a question and a couple of comments. One thing I've been asked in the community is that why is it that we are talking about closing down schools at the same time that we are building schools? What is the best way to explain that in layman's terms?
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. They're not geographically located where we necessarily need those seats. So I'll grab the two examples of one that's included as a preliminary draft option in this booklet, as well as one the board previously approved last spring up in the Sky Canyon area. So it's not that we didn't have, it's not that we had a declining enrollment, say, at Divich Elementary School, it's that we didn't have the next closest elementary school for quite a ways away, and with the density needed to be able to just rezone it or some other soft misalignment with it. But there are instances where we do have attractive master plan communities, and they are popping up, and that's where families are gravitating towards.
Great, thank you for that. And also, regarding the funding issues, our decline in enrollment presents, I hope to see our Carson City legislature address our per pupil funding formula and bond programs with urgency in the next legislative session. Lastly, I commend the team for seizing this opportunity to move from what Deputy Superintendent Ortiz described as survival mode to true pivot, designed excellence. It is my sincere hope that this shift will allow us to look more closely at ground level operations, to zero in on and better understand which practices and implementations may be contributing to classroom issues such as the discipline issue we are facing in our middle schools, as was recently presented to us at the last board meeting. This is one issue that has driven parents to look for alternative schooling options. I hope solutions come out of that, that signal to our Clark County community, as was said tonight, that this is a destination district not by default, but by choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I had a question about the trade-up slide, page 42 or 44. When will this list be populated with the names of schools?
Paul Mills for the record. After this round of community engagements that we'll be having, we'll have survey results, and we'll be able to analyze that with the district planning committee over the summer and come back to you in the fall with specific recommendations. It might be that the recommendations will have specificity on a number of schools where the data absolutely makes sense, where it aligns with community values, and where the committee has consensus around where the direction ought to be. However, due to the timelines associated with some of these decisions, they might remain as groups of schools for further study at that point in time. For instance, if there is a group of schools where there might be a decision for a replacement to happen that fuels a trade-up with some renovations and repurposing and consolidation of programs, but it might be around an 8 to 10 year timeline or even further out. In 2026, making this sort of recommendation for something that's going to happen 10 years into the future would be unwise. We'd rather give you the fuel to endorse of path forward that acknowledges that, yes, there needs to be action taken, but closer to the point of implementation, there will be more specificity around the schools. So while I said there might be upwards of 20 or so schools recommended for repurposing at the conclusion of the master plan, that there might not be a list of 20 schools specifically named at the point of publication. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you. That gives a little more clarity. You know, when I first seen that cluster of schools, and I'm like, whoa, that's in my district, and also Trustees Moore district, kind of, you know, side by side. The community has been asking a lot of questions. Also, Mr. Mills, I wanted to ask, because you did mention the historic West Side specifically when you were talking. And of course, I've gotten a lot of questions and concerns considering a lot of our schools, especially those Prime 6 schools. And I see that there were a lot of them, when I looked at the list, that said trade up is option B. Can you speak a little more about those schools?
Paul Mills, for the record. Absolutely. In that particular geographical area, C1 in the plan, it has those circumstances that were described in the deck where we were presenting that we have the circumstance of declined enrollment, don't have as many students attending CCSD schools as in the past. Meanwhile, you have buildings that are underpopulated and aging with a lot of expensive needs, as well as close proximity towards each other. All of those ingredients are the sorts of, they create the scenario where there is opportunity to, instead of spreading your capital dollars around and not having much impact, to be able to really double down on fewer facilities and concentrate resources, both in terms of the buildings, but most importantly, in the schools and the programs and educators, so that more dollars are in the classroom, creating more opportunities for students.
Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, if I can add to that, I just want to be clear, we're not establishing that that's where those Prime 6 schools are at. We're not proposing to eliminate Prime 6 programs. That was for a specific purpose in a specific time, and if those schools with those programs were to be consolidated, that would be something we address as a part of those implementations of where those programs may relocate if they do. So it's just want to be clear, we're not talking about getting rid of Prime 6.
Absolutely. We were hoping not. But also there's a lot of redevelopment happening in that area. And we know, like, even with the rebuild of Marble Manor, although a lot of families have moved out of that area, we know that more families will be moving back to that area because there is a lot of investment happening. So we want to ensure that they do have quality options for education available for their students.
Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, our demographic and zoning team has been working with the Housing Authority quite a bit on when those phase re-entries are going to be. So we are tracking that through our development tracking process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My one question I had is I'm looking, and the process is important because I think it helps everybody understand where they fit in, and I really appreciate slide 19 where it's color-coded and then it tells roles. It might be helpful for, as we do more mass communications, to have, it was just very difficult for me to understand where each person was going to play a part in the decision-making process. And I know where we got a little bit of pushback around school times was because we had people vote, and people thought their vote meant that was what their vote was going to be the decision that we made. And so when we have words like vote on finalized options, I think it might just be helpful for us to be clear. Your input here is input, and like this is what it gets to. Final decision is made by this person, and then that person then sends it off to somebody else to make another decision. This is helpful for us to like visualize where in time it happens. It could be more clear that like where does my voice impact this decision? Not that I think you are trying to get to that, and so I appreciate the effort. It was hard for me to figure out along the way, and so I just want to make sure that we keep everybody, we set the right expectations and let them know. All right, just because you vote on this doesn't mean it's going to go this direction, and we wouldn't want the backlash to come from that. And then the second part that is just opining a bit. I appreciate the fact that this is really challenging. You know, Trustee Barone mentioned this, Trustee Cavazos mentioned this. You know, schools are the center of communities. They're equally important to churches. And so when we think about where people will have the most passion about what comes next, it is this. So our very meticulous and methodical, deliberate steps towards what we want to do and how everyone is included is really important. So I appreciate us thinking about this slowly. Better for us to move, have a longer time horizon, even if it's more expensive, than for us to move quickly and then people feel like they've been slighted, especially when this is something that is so close to their hearts and they've had so much commitment in making sure that this place is part of them. So thank you for all of the work that you've done. And I'm excited for us to make sure that we're really clear about how everybody plays their part and then where their role is along the way.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I know a lot of questions have been asked, and I'm so grateful for all the representation that we have from the community on the AZAC and the bond oversight. My question has to do with Washoe County. So they adopted the same model, right? And I would love to know if there's any pitfalls because they're further along in the journey than we are, and if they would have done anything different knowing now what they know. And so don't want to replicate a mistake that we could avoid. So that's number one. And then thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for you and your team, because you listened when we said it would be important to work with the trustee and the local municipalities, especially the Clark County commissioners, and you got on the phone and we talked through it together so that there's an approach that we are on the same team and we're doing this together. So I just want to say thank you. But I would be interested to know what pitfalls has Washoe County noticed since they're way further along than we are.
Paul Mills, for the record. I personally was involved and led the process. We did the facility modernization plan, as it was called there, is published in December of 2023. The result of that work was a similar timeline and process that we're employing here. The recommendation included 16 school repurposings and consolidations over a 15-year period, all with a trade-up scenario. Like you, they should be applauded for catching the declining enrollment earlier than a lot of your peers around the country, where they have double-digit school closures overnight in a single year, right? In Washoe, it's a more contemplative timeline over 15 years with investments made first to allow those true trade-ups to happen, both in terms of facilities and programs. As far as lessons learned and what kind of things, missteps along the way, I don't want to even presuppose what the district would say. I would turn to my colleague Marika, who is working with them on their administrative facility master plan, looking at their efficiency studies and things to align facilities to support administration, and she's closer to the conversation there.
Thanks, Paul. And I wouldn't characterize these as pitfalls. I think they're learnings. And I think now, as they're recommunicating, they're entering their CIP and really going into implementation, is really making sure that they had the flexibility to have those conversations to make change, right? So we talk about things change. We want to make sure that there's flexibility within the master plan to have those conversations and set the expectations that we may revisit some of those assumptions. So when we start talking about expectation management, and again, this is not unique to them. I think school districts will consistently have to recommunicate and communicate that this is a living product, right? This needs to be a framework rather than a prescriptive plan that can't change. So, and then I would say one more thing too, they're learning a lot about communication and how we talk about talking to principals and teachers, and that communication train has been critical to the success lately of being able to implement effectively, is really making sure that down to the minute they have a real communications plan and talking points, and equipping principals with those talking points to talk to their teachers and have those tough conversations, but have that knowledge and ability to do that.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to circle back to my question because it didn't get answered. It was the question about, we did the lessons learned from the last time, how to involve the community, and the last community meeting we had was last May. Are we doing anything, have we done anything to keep those folks involved who participated? Because it's been a while, it's been a few months, right? So are we doing anything, or did we do anything?
Brandon McLaughlin, I believe in working with our communications, I'd have to confirm it got during the busy holiday times, but I believe we shared some communications toward the tail end of 2025 to say, yes, the process is still ensuing, your participation is vital, and we look forward to engaging in the springtime. So we did reach out to anyone we could communicate to. I venture to guess we didn't get 100% of the people because not everybody gave us an accurate email or phone number. Whatever we had, I believe, made attempts at getting that sort of communication out.
Okay. I'm thinking of never mind. But how do we ask those folks to be able to also bring them back and bring a friend, right, for the upcoming community meetings to continue? And I think, I don't know, can we do partnerships with someone that could possibly give some initiatives? I think that would be an idea to bring in the other folks into the space.
Yeah. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll definitely take that suggestion to our communications team, and also I just wanted to also add that there was an interim meeting that was held with the advisory group. We held it at the Sahara Center, and I believe that was held in October. Yes, so there was an interim. Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza Stafford.
Okay, so I have, I think, just two, because of the dialogue that's happened. Thinking of being proactive. As trustees, is there potential policy that would be created? And this is maybe more because of your experience, having worked with so many districts. Is that something that we're going to have to be thinking about now? So I'll let that question sit for a second, or can you answer it? Is there any policy that we would have to create or revise?
It's good practice to develop a policy, and that way, you do have a criteria for making those decisions, and you're not on the back foot. You're making them with consistency.
And Brandon McLaughlin, to add, if you guys noticed, last Thursday night we had a notice of intent for school naming that was very much in a proactive light to say, we know this is on the horizon. How do we address just school naming being one of many things we have to address? In working with some of the agenda of the Bond Oversight Committee, I know policy is going to be an area we look to in the next couple of months so that we can set the table for some of those criterion as well. So yes, there's tons of stuff we can be doing now.
I'd just like to be a planner. Appreciate that, being proactive. Okay, my last question, on page 40 of 44, I mean, you don't have to look at it, it's just that it's the point of expanding student options. And I had such a wonderful experience in the dream session sitting with student superintendent, and they had a lot to say. And I want to echo what you said about their learning environment and their experiences. We have what an opportunity. And one of the things that a student was so insightful to say is they've been to many schools, and they were like, we're noticing big differences. And I said, wow, I mean, you're talking about equity. Like, that is a really insightful observation. Are we embedding and cooking in the equity analysis of all of our schools? I know it's a kind of a big, high level, but that student really made me think about, the differences, and as we're going forward.
Thank you for that question. And the answer is yes. As we have an opportunity to redesign schools, replace schools, and for the small newer schools that we may be building, we are making sure that we're optimizing the spaces. And I'll tell you a short story. I got to hold a panel as part of the DMP. I led a student panel. And students do voice what they want to see. And I will tell you that outdoor spaces were the number one, windows and outdoor spaces. And it was across the board. It was every student that was on the panel that asked for that. And so happy to say that, Brandon McLaughlin is making sure that those asks are incorporated into architecture designs. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you, and I just want to follow up with what your point was about having the students, and I love that they were really clear on what they would like to see different. And we do have success in our community with West, I know it's Dr. Charles, help me out. iWest Preparatory Academy now, renamed, and it's a K through 8. So, or no, it's not, a K through 12? K through 12. Wow. And some of our competing charters have that same setup. Families want to keep their children in the same school. They want to drive to one place. I mean, I think the possibilities are endless. And so I just want to look at that as it's already existing. I don't know. You know, I think we need to really lean into some of that creativity. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll close this out. So I wanted to give an opportunity to my colleagues if they were going to ask this question. I get this question so much, and I know a lot from AZAC, the data that is brought in, but could you briefly go over the data that it took to bring this together? And it's not just, oh, we're looking at birth rates, we're briefly. But I know even with AZAC, they're looking at licensing for developers that, you know, are building and where the growth is happening. And so how we're utilizing all the government agency data to bring this report together.
Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, that could be a whole 3-hour meeting in and of itself. I'll spare us today.
Thank you.
But Mr. Rick Baldwin, who will join us here momentarily, and Ms. Tracy Murphy, who was up here with me last week, they do a phenomenal job. They track, I'll just highlight 2 of the many things they track, but development tracking is one. They literally have a staff member that's all they do is track any pending development. And so they track municipal agendas. They are aware of anything that may yield students coming to our district. That's one big pillar of what they do, and that's an oversimplification of it, if Rick were to correct me any differently. But the other pillar of it would be hospital births. So 5 years later, we with certainty know those students, whether they were born or not. It's not a projection, it's a they were born, and are they going to come to CCSD? That becomes the capture rate. So there's tons of metrics. Those are just 2 that I think are big indicators for us, at least in this work. And then the FCI we've been through, that's a separate team that I've got, but also with Mr. Baldwin's teams. So there's just a myriad of data, but it's the 2 you highlighted that AZAC really digs into and that really starts to tell the story of a lot of this is those 2 pieces.
Got it. Thank you. I know it's very, very intensive, so I appreciate the consolidated speech there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, guys. I don't have any questions because that was very robust. So I'm going to go ahead and close out 2.03. Before we move on to the next item, we're going to do 2 things. One, if you're in the audience and you came for public comment and you have not yet filled out a public comment card, ask you to do so. When you do that, please make sure you put on the card which item you want to speak on, whether that be 2.04 or 3.01. And then because we have 3 different public bodies here working through this process, please also add which public comment group you'll be wanting to speak on. So meaning, would it be the BOC committee, the AZAC, or the Board of Trustees? So please put that on your public comment card. And then the second thing, I think everybody could really use a leg stretch. I know I certainly could use a bathroom break, so we're going to take a quick break before we move on to the next item. Thank you. We're going to get started in 1 minute. All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope everybody got a little snack or went to the restroom or just stood up and stretched. We're going to go ahead and get moving. I'm going to turn it over to our chair for the AZAC committee to start 2.04.
Thank you, Madam President. For the record, Nick Fidei, chairperson for AZAC. I will go ahead and open 2.04, Early Action Capital Improvement Plan Revision 7 for possible action. And states here it's Brandon. For you, sir.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, members of the AZAC and Bond Oversight Committee, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent of Business Operations for the record. Today's presentation on our early action plan will outline the reasons for taking early action, even as we engage in a long-term facility master plan, of which we just heard. We'll talk about the criteria we use to identify the projects in the early action plan. We'll go over the recommended projects in the early action plan, and we'll be able to answer questions related to it. Again, it's important to keep in mind that our vision is to ensure every student learns in a high-quality environment. At the same time, we have $15 billion in facility needs, with $3.6 billion in available bond funding. So we must be creative and strategic with those remaining funds. Together, we need to think differently. This presentation will talk about how we can begin using our limited available bond funding to achieve an ambitious goal, to ensure that every student, regardless of zip code, has access to a future-ready learning environment. I will now turn the presentation over to the Chief of Facilities, Brandon McLaughlin.
Thank you. Brandon McLaughlin, Chief Facilities, or Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, members of the commission and the Bond Oversight Committee. Brandon McLaughlin, Chief Facilities for the record. Reasons for an early action plan is that you'll notice through the documents we just reviewed in the previous item, there are things that we can take immediate action for a variety of reasons. And in particular, areas that have high need, where early action would be beneficial for our students. Now, there are largely legacy projects from previous capital improvement plans that were put on hold as a result of action taken last spring to enter into the facility master plan process we are now underway with. So some of those, we want to make sure that we make recommendations that don't hinder the recommendations that will in the future be brought forward. And we want to also address any emergent or capacity conditions so that our learners and educators have the best conditions to come to work and school each and every day. Now, reasons for early action. Like I mentioned, we have our destination district with our core 4 initiatives well underway, and they're very well defined around pre-kindergarten, early literacy, middle school math, and workforce and college readiness. So projects in support of that are what we sought out for early action. Also, we looked at legacy projects from previous CIPs. So like I mentioned, we paused projects, and we did that in the name of equity so that no school was slighted over another back when we did. But with draft options and a firm understanding of data at this point in time, we want to look at projects that make absolute sense that have no alternative draft options. And also, like I said, if there's any emergent capacity, so say some school experienced some facility catastrophe since then, or maybe conditions were updated with new data, we wanted to make sure we address those needs. This shows all of the planning areas. You heard Mr. Mills point out that there is 24 planning areas, and then in each planning area, there is an elementary, middle, and high school draft option slate. Worth noting is that means with some of the rurals broken out too here, there's about 72 call them decision points within the facility master plan in the fall timeframe that we will be bringing forward for recommendation. About a third of those, all the gray ones you see, and predominantly at the high school level, status quo is the current recommendation because we have either high quality facilities and enrollment is balanced. There's a lot of gray on these boxes. Additionally, the ones that are highlighted in red are what we're going to be highlighting with an early action plan. And those fall into a few different camps, but likely a legacy project that make all the sense in the world, or there's no alternative. And so really that allows us to focus this effort over the next 6 to 8 months as we narrow in on this facility master plan, that if there's no decision to be made, we shouldn't waste our effort. And obviously we can obtain feedback on maybe if there's things that aren't prevented from taking early action, but really it allows us to focus on the things that are white boxes in here that have multiple options where community input is still heavily needed. What does early action allow us to do? So we know that some of our schools need attention very quickly. We know that students show up each and every day with less than desirable conditions, not optimal for learning in some instances. And so by taking early action in this immediate time frame, we are able to then target a much sooner deployment of capital dollars as early as the 27, 28, and 29 school years. If we were to wait till the fall time frame, because of how we have to cycle, many administrators would despise a mid-year move. It then pushes us to the 2030, 2031 time frame if action wouldn't have been taken sooner. So what's some of the criteria we look through for some of these? So first and foremost, schools with the highest FCI needs. And I say FCI and presume everybody knows it, but I just want to level set so we all understand what it is we're talking about. It's a ratio of the cost to repair versus the cost to replace it. So identifying schools with the highest FCI scores, again, with the criteria I already gave, which is limited draft options in the facility master plan, or an emergent or capacity-driven need, is what was driving this initial FCI determination. Also, we want to relieve overcrowding. We want to look at the areas where population is still migrating to here in the Valley and provide options where students can be in appropriately sized classroom and school environments throughout our Valley. We also want to examine the functionality of our buildings. So while FCI is one good indicator of the condition of our buildings, oftentimes it's not the sole indicator behind some of it. So some schools, you'll notice, have low FCIs. That's because we just did a project. And oh, by the way, we happened to be at that school 6 months prior doing another construction project, and we were there 6 months before that. And that's a big instructional loss to that school, and honestly a barrier for some of our administrators to be more effective in their positions. They're fighting the building. Next would be expanding our innovative options. So expanding CCSD's pre-K portfolio, which we've heard loud and clear is in response to parent preferences. So how do we lean into where opportunities like that present themselves? And like I mentioned, early action has some schedule advantages. So the opportunity to begin planning and design sooner, and especially on longer range projects. We want to make sure that we leverage the time we do have to make improvements sooner rather than later, and utilize time for permitting designs. All that kind of legwork that you may think is just overnight really takes quite a bit of years of preparatory work. And also, we want to make sure there's no options currently identified in the facility master plan that would undo what it is we're recommending here. If option A in that booklet is something different than option B, that's not something you're going to see here, divergent from what is included in the book. And this just speaks to that as well. We don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot, and in the fall we say, hey, we would love to make a recommendation of option B, but we happened to already go down the way of option A. So we really took a very critical look at, are we hindering future recommendations by the projects we're proposing in this early action capital improvement plan. So at this point in time, I'll hand it over to Mr. Rick Baldwin.
Thank you, Brandon. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, members of AZAC and Bond Oversight, thank you. I'm Rick Baldwin, Director of Comprehensive Planning, and I have the pleasure tonight to present to you our recommendations for Revision 7 of the 2015 Capital Improvement Plan. I would also like to acknowledge our facilities leadership team, all sitting in the back there, all of their work, and on behalf of over 700 members of our facilities team who work daily and nightly and weekends to keep our facilities up and running and maintained and ready for our students every single day. So we have an incredible team, and we greatly appreciate them. So, and all of their hard work went into this. I just get the pleasure to present it, and their hard work will help execute these plans if you so choose to approve. So this first slide, we are recommending, our team had evaluated the critical HVAC and roof replacements at the most critical needed schools in the district. I also want to acknowledge that the recommendations that we're making tonight, these do not have consolidation options in the previous board item, the facility master plan. So these are essentially the proverbial low-hanging fruit to give us the biggest bang for our buck, if you would, in our facilities needs. So first, the critical HVAC, what we did, as you can see on the slide, the year of each of these schools, this first slide are the elementary schools, the Facility Condition Index, or FCI, as Brandon just mentioned. And then what we did is we took these, we averaged out over the last 4 years the number of work orders specifically for HVAC and roof situations at each of these schools, averaged over the last 4 years to just help us to identify these most critical elementary schools. So, and these are Gerheim, Dooley, Hayes, Craig, Kesterson, and Beckley Elementary Schools. And then next slide. Oh, apparently I have it. Next slide is our recommendation for secondary schools. Once again, we looked at the same data and criteria with our team to help us identify the most crucial facility needs that we have that, again, do not have other actions potential within the FMP. So, and these recommendations are Canarelli, Hughes Middle School, Monaco Middle School, and Silvestri Middle School, as well as Foothill, Mojave, and Sierra Vista High Schools for critical HVAC and roof replacements for those schools. Additionally, we are recommending, and this was previously identified, and several of these have been previously identified in the 2015 CIP. Some of them were previously put on pause as we began this work. And so we just want to publicly acknowledge that some of these we are moving forward, recommending to you that we move forward with some of these projects. And so this first one is the replacement of Indian Springs Elementary, Middle, and High School. This is a pre-K-12 program out in Indian Springs, close to Creech Air Force Base, out in that community. And so this has been a long-needed project and talked about out in this community. This new facility that we're recommending will also provide a better balance in the school capacity. So if you happen to look on the right side of the slide, there's a big imbalance in the elementary versus the secondary capacity for this facility. And so this new facility we would construct would better balance and provide this community with a more appropriate school population, or a facility to accommodate their school population. Additionally, we are recommending moving forward with Las Vegas Academy of the Arts. This is a phased replacement, and we're recommending Phase 2B and Phase 3. The Phase 2B will address the historical replacements, renovations of both Main and Fraser Hall on that historical Las Vegas Academy. And then the Phase 3 is mostly to address additional classroom capacity and classroom replacement of old facilities and new studio and performing arts spaces. Next, once again, Tomiyasu Elementary School. We are recommending a replacement of Tomiyasu Elementary School. This was previously identified in the 2015 CIP. And so we are recommending that we move forward. Tomiyasu has one of the highest FCIs in the district for an elementary school. Also, again, I will just reiterate, that's not also identified with some type of other potential option in the facility master plan. Thank you. Once again, we are recommending the continued project of the replacement of R.O. Gibson Leadership Academy. This is a middle school. This was previously identified. An amazing leadership and communications program at this campus. And this facility is in need of replacement and has been identified once again with that high FCI and the age associated with this facility. And again, K.O. Knutson Academy of the Arts. K.O. Knutson Academy of the Arts also is a feeder program to Las Vegas Academy of the Arts, and this is the middle school component for that feeder and was previously identified for replacement in the 2015 CIP. And so we're recommending we continue on with the replacement of K.O. Knutson Academy of the Arts. Once again, also another magnet middle school, Hyde Park Middle School. And this is one that actually, in the process of the FMP, if I remember correctly, had the most comments from the community to move forward with this replacement. This is a very old facility in desperate need, and one that we are highly recommend as well, move forward with recommending. Then Hyde Park, again, if you're not all aware, is a STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math magnet program, and has been a highly successful magnet program for many, many years. All right, now I'm going to slow down a little bit on this slide specifically. So we are recommending a new pre-K through 8th grade program up in the north. This is up in North Las Vegas, and actually I want to address several different questions, really great questions that several of you brought up in the previous presentation, and I'll be able to this is the best slide to kind of address some of those discussions. So first, this is located up in the North Las Vegas area. North Las Vegas has a very large, their last available land for a major master plan community expansion. And so right now, already filed within this master plan are nearly 5,000 new units coming on in this. And we know from our conversations and discussions with the City of North Las Vegas planning team, there are many, many more coming on in the future as well. So a couple things I want to address. So this is the image here is an example of our, and Brandon had mentioned it previously, our development tracking. So our team, we have an incredible team, and we've got this school planning down to a science. And so what we're tracking all the municipalities, any residential developments going on in any areas, from the planning stages up to, we also track once they actually start construction, and then their average number of home sales per month or quarter. in each of these areas, and we're able to track and monitor that. And so what we track is single-family residences and multifamily. And so on the slide, the areas that you see in the light green, those are currently active. So what we call currently active, they're building right now, they're selling, they're leasing homes or leasing apartments. So that's we're going to see students out of those, or we are seeing students now, or going to see students continue until they build that project out. And we track those build-outs too, once they've released their total number of units. We also tracked, as I mentioned, what we call the student yield, a district-wide average student yield. And all this is done with the wonderful magic of math, right? So we've calculated formulas. I know Superintendent Ebert, as a former math teacher, appreciates that. This is all a bunch of math that we've used to calculate exactly the average number of students that we expect to see out of these developments. Now, I say average because a $1 million home is not going to yield as many students. It does yield students sometimes, as, say, the average home price, which is about almost $500,000 nowadays. So even that it is an average number across, but it has been a very accurate and helpful tool in helping us project the number of students that we expect to see in each of these areas, to plan for these number of students coming into these areas. My notes, Trustee Cavazos, you had mentioned in the previous item, unintended consequences. So in school planning, when we're looking at this type of stuff, we have to be very careful, because what you identify as unintended consequences, we don't want to create or cause adverse impacts to other surrounding schools. This area, we do believe, because this is a new area, new homes, new residents coming in, the planning is really ideal for a pre-K through 8th grade program out here. In other areas, it can be very difficult, because to just convert an existing school to a pre-K through 8th, all the circumstances have to align, right? So the elementary has to be over capacity, and the middle school has to be over capacity enough to be able to accommodate that student population without causing detrimental harm to the surrounding area schools. So we are very cognizant and always monitoring and thinking about that when we're planning schools and looking at those type of outcomes and potentials. Trustee Dominguez, I know as a former AZAC member, you're very aware and familiar with a lot of our data and processes, and I know that you're aware of, everything that goes into the zoning process, and this is all the same. We're all the same team that goes into the zoning as well as school siting and planning. And then Trustee Biasotti, you had asked, questions about just construction, and yes, I just wanted to reiterate that we're constantly monitoring all this construction, anything residential construction going on in the valley. So I just wanted to address all of those questions and kind of explain some of the issues, situations out here with this slide. So again, we're recommending out in this area for this, in this master plan community, a pre-K through 8th grade program, and this will provide enrollment relief. Again, we're anticipated opening of fall of 2030, which is when we really anticipate that area will desperately need a new school out in this area. So next slide. Thank you, Brandon. We're actually gonna jump slides. We're gonna skip 24 for a second and jump to 25. And I need a sip of water just again. Thank you. So as we previously mentioned, we are really a big focus on the pre-K expansion, and as part of the superintendent's, core 4 as a district's core 4 strategies, expanding pre-K options for families and students, so expanding into that pre-K. And then through the 8th grade, what we've heard from a lot of families, and we know that a lot of people are seeking charter schools that are offering pre-K, K through 8 programs. And so we're recommending Bridger Middle School replacement. Bridger was previously identified for replacement. We are recommending this, a little bit of a pivot to recommend a pre-K through 8th grade replacement for Bridger Middle School out in this area. This is a community. There's a relatively new large charter school that is directly across the street and has offered competition. And so we believe that this type of program, we can offer better options for our students and better competitive edge for our students at Bridger Middle School. So, so now I'm going to move on to slide 26. All right, so we are recommending the relocation of Helen J. Stewart Special School to Rex Bell Elementary School. So Rex Bell Elementary School was replaced in 2017, and in 2017 or 2018, after they moved into the new building, their enrollment was over 900 students. Since then, their enrollment has dropped to 526 students this year. The Area 15 project downtown has bought many of the homes and actually leveled it, and they have plans for future expansion of their projects. So due to that, we see fewer and fewer students in that community attending that school. Meanwhile, Helen J. Stewart's, we need to replace this school. Helen J. Stewart's FCI, as you can see, is a 0.74, incredibly high. This is a school with about 120 students enrolled in this program. And I want to be clear, there will still need to be some work done to retrofit Rex Bell Elementary School to accommodate the special circumstances of the Helen J. Stewart students. There are some assessments and work that will need to be done to accommodate that unique student population. Now, with that, we will also rezone Rex Bell Elementary School into the surrounding area elementary schools, Wynn and Roundy Elementary Schools specifically. And so this now brings us to slide page 24. And we're recommending for that community as well a pre-K through 8th grade program to help accommodate the Rex Bell student population in that community, as well as also provide other choice options in that community for, and there's also a new charter school opening next year in that community that we're looking to provide some competitive edges for this, for that school as well. All right. Next, page 27, Trustee Cavazos is cheering. That's a good sign. This is one that generally elicits cheers. If you're familiar with Chaparral High School. So, and I'll address, so this is one, our facilities team was very excited and very adamant about recommending for replacement. And this is a school that our teams are constantly out and constantly, and while the FCI of a 0.53 may not necessarily look high, it's because of the constant work that we're always out there doing at the school just to maintain that facility. And our team said it's finally time to put them on the replacement list. So we're very excited to recommend the replacement of Chaparral High School. So, and next slide, and this will be my last one. All right, so this recommendation is twofold. The first part is we are recommending that next year in the fall of 2026 that the Attendance Zone Advisory Commission looks at reassigning and rezoning portions of the Desert Oasis High School to utilize available space at Silverado High School. The area that we're recommending that will be discussed is equidistance from that community to both Desert Oasis High School and Silverado High School. And of course, the recommendation we would recommend that this be considered with grandfathering, so it would only be the incoming students each year, incoming ninth grade students, and anybody new that moves into the area, as is our past practice with secondary rezoning. The second component of this recommendation, and I refer to these, there's direct and indirect, zone changes, right? So the rezone, that's a direct enrollment relief. That's directly, we're rezoning the student population that reside in that area. Indirect is the second component of this option, and we are recommending a 400-seat building addition at the Southwest Career and Technical Academy. This already is one of our smaller career and technical academies. There is a 1-acre parcel of land that had, since the construction of that school, been left vacant for this specific purpose to expand and add on to that campus and provide more enrollment relief to the surrounding area schools. Again, that's indirect. It's as a choice program, students apply for that program. However, we know that the majority of their student populations of Southwest Career and Technical Academies population comes from both Desert Oasis and Sierra Vista High Schools, just due to proximity. So I've said enough, and we'll.
Brandon McLaughlin for the record, so I'll just close this out. So the summary recommendations, I just want to recap them for you. So we have various elementary, middle, and high school HVAC and roof replacements. So instead of just belt suspenders, it's totally gutting wholesale systems that have the capability of interrupting instruction. We then have some project recommendations up in our Indian Springs rural community. We also start to nod toward our pre-K through 8 recommendations. So that's at Cashman Middle School, Bridger Middle School, and up in the northeast area. We then have some straight elementary school recommendations for replacement. Those are our K.O. Knudsen and Hyde Park, as well as Gibson Middle School. Then we went through a couple of the domino effects of Helen J. Stewart and what that allows us to do for our Rex Bell community as well as our Cashman school communities, followed by our high school recommendations with Southwest Career and Technical Academy and Chaparral High School, followed by Las Vegas Academy of the Arts. A lot to take in. Very grateful for this opportunity to present with you guys, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, team. Seemed longer than the last presentation, but
sorry.
Great job, though. Great. Love it. All right, with that,
I didn't go through half my notes.
I'd like to open it up to any discussion from the AZAC committee. Any questions? No? Okay. With that, then, I will seek public comment on 2.04 for the AZAC Commission.
You do have one.
I have one.
Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Gomez.
David Gomez for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president. For AZAC, they do GIS, demographics, zoning, transportation, and all those other things. I know that because I sat as the chair, the vice chair, and as a member for many years there. But one thing I don't see is we're talking about all these different plans. I don't never see transportation involved in some of these things here. And that's a question because somebody did ask on the dais that, is there a transportation cost to this? And I know there is, especially when we have a lot of bus drivers, obviously, that we're short of, and we need some more here and there. But for AZAC, I wanted to bring this up because this does include them. UNLV has a Center of Business and Economic Research. And they know, based on this plan that we're looking at, the facility master plan and their approval and their agreement with it, birth rate is declining. They know that. They saw a decline in school-aged children this year, and Clark County's population will grow roughly by 1.7% to 0% annually through 2027 by migration. And then it says CCSD also reported a loss in 2025 over 9,000 students, which is a 3% drop. And then they said also that we're going to have a natural growth. So there's declining fertility rates in Nevada by 17.2% between 2011 and 2023. Now, that's kind of questioning to me too as well, why we're dealing with a lot of this stuff now when this is UNLV, this is their records, this is the Center for Business and Economic Research. So how are we blaming what's going on in our government now and everything that's happening with we're losing children, we're losing this or we're losing that? How do we blame that now when they have a record since 2011 to 2023, there's a 17.2% drop. Okay. Now, also, CCSD enrollment loss of 27,000 to 33,000 students, they projected by 2031, I believe it is. Now, AZAC works closely with all these numbers, and they work very closely with Director Baldwin. And the other day I did an article, and that article says that we don't know where this information comes from. Let me correct it because obviously they didn't play the whole thing out. I was asking where the citation of information comes from, not who it comes from, why did it come from, or what part of the department it came from. It was about the citation of information, and that's what it was about, and they excluded that. But I'm clearing it up now. So that's.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other public comment? We're good. Excellent. May I get a, actually, I don't know. We don't act on this, do we? We do? Okay. All right. May I get a motion to approve this agenda item?
So moved.
Whoa. Rock, paper, scissors, guys. We'll do the motion by Lance and the second by Dave Flatt. Is that okay? All right. There we go. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Motion carries. This is approved. Closing out 2.04, and I'm going to hand it over to BOC for the same process. Thank you, guys.
Hello again, this is Chair Gina Blackman-Taylor, opening up 2.04 Early Action Capital Improvement Plan Revision 7 for possible action. So since we saw the presentation, we're going to go straight to our discussion items. Again, we did not have a chance to see this, so I see Jessica and Yvette. So Yvette, we'll start with you, and then Jessica. Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Yvette Williams for the record. I have a question as it relates to those portables we saw. I don't remember what slide that was. Are those existing portables that we have there right now? I saw one school had 30 and then another 25. Oh, there we go. 30, 24, and 20 at Silverado. Or are those the portables that we will need? I'm not sure what that is. Can you give some clarification on the portables? You know that's alarming.
So just to clarify, you're talking about page 28 of 31,
Yes.
that reference portables. Those are all portables already existing on those campuses.
Okay, and those are being used for classroom instruction?
Correct.
Okay. What would the numbers look like?
Point of clarification, sorry, I would like to clarify. These are classrooms that are currently being utilized while Silverado High School is undergoing a modernization.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so once the modernization has been completed, they'll move back into the school.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. I think that was all that I had. The only other thing, concern that I just want to make on the plan for the revision is that we remain equitable, make sure that we are equitable in the decisions that we're making, which schools we're replacing. A lot of our schools are aging. A lot of them, their FCI may be lower, and I think you made the point, Mr. Chief, when I like that, when we were looking at one of the FCIs, that the reason it was a little lower based on its age was because you're back and forth doing a lot of repairs. And so once you do a repair, then of course it's going to lower the number. And so I just want to make sure that we are making those schools whole. I see we're doing a lot of replacements, but on those that we're not, again, just reemphasizing, and this is a conversation we have often in bond oversight, but again, reemphasizing that we make these schools whole so that we're not going back and playing that little numbers game just to keep the numbers down. And very excited to see that the Department of Education has withdrawn all of that DEI nonsense. So I'm glad we're back to, and I hope that we will make it a priority to whatever policies that we may have changed as it relates to that we will make that a priority, get back on track where we left off before all of that nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Allen, Member Allen?
Hi, Jessica Allen for the record. It's really great to be able to go off of a discussion about equity from Yvette, because I think it's odd that we're okay with saying, you know what, students with disabilities shouldn't have their own school. Let's retrofit another building to be convenient for the sake of the district's needs. And, you know, that's kind of how we run special education in this district. We close programs at schools without concern about continuity of community of students with disabilities in schools. We were also discussing in a past meeting, a past bond oversight meeting, building a brand new school for Helen J. Stewart. And I don't find it equitable to say, you know what, we aren't actually going to build you a school that fits your needs exactly. We're going to make you go to another school across the valley, which, I mean, that's kind of irrelevant because they're bused anyway. But having students go to another school, yes, it's a new build, but it wasn't built specifically for them. And I don't find that to be equitable. When we're okay with sacrificing the educational opportunities for students with disabilities because it suits the needs of the district, I don't think that's student-centered. And I understand we have to figure out where this money goes, and it probably seemed like a really great idea. I'd really be curious to know what Pam Jackson thinks, the principal of Helen J. Stewart. I'd really be curious to know how people in that community attending those schools, how they feel about this proposal. And I don't know, it just doesn't sit well with me that we're okay with just saying, you know what, you guys don't need a new school. We'll just kind of schlep you over here to this building we have available because of these issues that we're having, and then figure something else out. I don't like that. I don't find it equitable at all, so. I don't know. I don't really have a question. It's just a comment.
Thank you, Member Allen. Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, so Brandon McLaughlin for the record. I agree with a lot of the sentiment, and so I just want to respond to the aspects I can. So we were underway with the design of Helen J. Stewart Special School. The latest cost estimate we received from our CMAR partner was in excess of $100 million to have a building that suit their needs, met the constraints of that extremely tight site, merely blocks from here. So that's why we sought out efficiency of our capital dollars. So I wholeheartedly agree we shouldn't shove the population like that into a remnant building, but we have conducted preliminary studies of the program, the criteria of success for that replacement school of Helen J, benchmarking to the Rex Bell building to say, establish an initial scope of work to say what would that work need to be. So it's not just paint on the wall, new flooring type of improvements. It's really what are those spaces that are reminiscent of the things we saw in the replacement that would be enriching for the students in that environment.
Thank you for that response. Do you want to follow up, Member Allen? Okay. Okay. Thank you. I do have a couple of more questions. I believe this is going to be the shortest Bond Oversight Committee meeting. How does this fit in with the schools that are already in construction? And to that point, I essentially mean that we had a previous vote when we were all last here that was to delay construction in part because of workforce costs and capacity of construction. So that sort of, in my mind, kind of contradicts a bit of that like immediacy that is being brought up in terms of this early action plan. So how does that fit into what was already approved, already in construction? And how is it that if we vote to approve these things on this timeline, that we're not running into the same workforce costs, capacity costs, and inflationary costs that were flagged with why we needed to pause some of the earlier construction?
That's a great question. Brandon McLaughlin for the record. So two aspects to it in response. The economic context has shifted slightly since then. I continue to provide update to our industry partners of the work that's ensuing with our facility master plan. So through collaboration with them, there is additional capacity in the public works sector. We've continued that outreach of bringing other contractors into the fold as well. So I think their bench has gotten different and availability of workers has increased over the last 12 months. So that's a nod in the right direction. The other thing I want to highlight with you, yes, just what we have currently on the books. So this summer we'll turn over Cyril Wenger Elementary School, Helen Marie Smith Elementary School, and Von Tobel Middle School. And then from the previous action last spring, in 2027, we're currently slated for Matt Kelly Elementary School. And I'm probably missing one more, but that's Sky Canyon Elementary School. So those projects continue as is, and that's providing a good baseline of worker availability and public works dollars out there. But frankly, the Clark County School District is the largest vertical developer in the state of Nevada, and so our absence at the bidding and work table has been noticed. And so we certainly, with dollars available and students' buildings needing to be improved, we want to take action on a select things that make absolute sense, which is why we're putting a mitigated and appropriately sized package out there sooner.
Okay, thank you. Is there a possibility to get the the elementary school HVAC slide up on the screen? So, that's perfect, thank you. So I have kind of two questions about this. One, why HVAC and not replacement, particularly in some of those older schools? If they're, like, I'm assuming replacement was not on the list, which is why it's more HVAC, but can you explain why the HVAC and that sort of, that improvement is being prioritized over replacement or renovation?
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. So school replacement criteria, I forget the number, there's a few, it's a 7,000 series regulation that we are likely taking up as an agenda item shortly. Yes. There's two criteria to recommend school replacement. It's the FCI and it's the age. So many of those, I'm looking at Dooley, has a high FCI above the 0.6 threshold establishing criteria for replacement, but the age is 1989 and only 36 years old. So it wouldn't meet the criteria for the 50-year and above benchmark also in that same facility replacement policy.
I see. So these were evaluated alongside, I believe it is policy 7122. I don't know. All the numbers are very close, and it is one that we have looked at because the other part of that policy is that Bond Oversight Committee or Board of School Trustees are able to put a school on a replacement recommendation list, even if the SCI number doesn't meet that criteria, if the feeling is that other work has been artificially keeping that FCI number low. Correct. So I was just, and then to that end, when it comes to the FCI and some of these numbers, can you give any insight into why a school that was built in 1999 has got more work orders than the schools built in 1989? Is that a reflection of not enough maintenance work that has been done, or that there's been processes there that need to be looked at?
Brandon McLeod, for the record, I wish it were as simple as an answer like that, but there's many variables. So even prototypical schools, which Kesterson is, may have had different equipment than any other school like that. The principal, frankly, may be better at entering work orders than any other facilities AP at another school. So there's a myriad of reasons why they may have increased work orders, but that's just one measure we have against about how active is their school having issues with these two critical systems.
Okay, thank you. Does the North Las Vegas schools, that replacement take, or the K through 8 proposal, does that take into consideration the legislation did not pass about them being able to offer a greater school capacity? Is that correct, Rick? I know that was a part of the conversation at one point where North Las Vegas was looking to put in more of their own schools, correct?
Are you referring to the municipalities being able to sponsor their own charter schools?
Correct. That's factored into this conversation?
So they can sponsor charter schools. Municipalities have that option. We've only seen one proposed so far.
It's a part of the
Not
tracking
in
for
North
when
Las
it
Vegas.
comes to that. Okay. And then my final question is, are there any other areas with no options that weren't included on this list? So given the draft proposal, I know that you focused on things that did not have a lot of other options because they would be good targets for early action. But what was left off of this list is what I'm trying to understand from those draft options. Are there other places that were, because of priorities, not included in early action?
Brandon McLaughlin, I don't memorize all 72 of them, but I don't believe we left any with no other alternative options off.
So things that were, especially like in areas that maybe Member Williams mentioned, those are, the reason why they're not on this list is because they're places where multiple options are still being considered. Okay, and then the only other thing that I have is that in terms of a decision, I feel like I need to at least disclose that my daughter currently attends Las Vegas Academy, and while this kind of reflects a little bit past that time, if we can't separate that one school out, I will be abstaining from that recommendation. But I will open this up for Bond Oversight Committee public discussion on this item.
You have one person, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you.
Again, David Gomez for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance President. Bond Oversight Committee has a lot of questions, but I have questions too. As we look at this, the facility master plan, capital improvement plan, I don't see Rancho on there. Rancho has a broken chiller. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna wait for that one to break down so we can put it up here? You know, we got a problem with that. But in the long run, you see some of these schools that are getting relief based on the amount of money that we have available. But at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. They make them file for an application. When they deny the application, they don't get their money back. So if I was a school, if I was still running some of the carpeterias, I wouldn't deal with some of the companies that charge me money for an application and then decide to pull it back and say, oh, we're not going to approve it, and then now I don't get my money back for the application, seeing that we're all the same facility. We're the same group of people, CCSD. So when a school goes, hey, I need some repairs, some of these repairs, and I agree with the repairs that are on here, I do. But that doesn't change the fact that we're looking at some schools that were even promised to be rebuilt that I don't see on here, in the west side of Las Vegas. This is very disturbing when I look at these things and I look at Bond Oversight Committee, and they're the ones that make the decision for these type of things, you know, to approve or to say yay or nay and then go take it to whomever. So with that, that's all I had to say about that. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to acknowledge one of the people that are in this room. His name is Steven Silvercross. He's one of the parents should all thank him. He worked tirelessly and hard to make sure that SOTs existed with everybody else he worked with, because now parents and everybody has a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. With that, I will take a motion on whether or not we will recommend Early Action Capital Improvement Plan Revision 7 for to the Board of School Trustees to pass. Can I take a motion? Al Lopez made a motion. Chris Ginciliani seconded that motion. All in favor of approval for recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? One abstention, that is myself. Thank you so much. And that will close item 2.04 for the Bond Oversight Committee. At this time, I will turn it over to the Board of School Trustees and President Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving and grooving. Great presentation, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to open 2.04 for discussion amongst the trustees. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. And just for the record, we're not touching LVA and the historical parts of it, right?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Say it louder.
Please.
Yes. Brandon McLeod, for the record, 2B is entirely about the historic side.
You know, Trustee Johnson and I have had an adventure with LVA, and we just want to put it on the record. I have a question about FCIs. How often are they updated?
Madam Chair, members of, sorry, old habits. Trustee Zamora, FCI, so our team reassesses each school every 5 years. So we do 20% of our inventory, our total school facilities each year. So every 5 years, each school is revisited and reassessed for the FCI.
Are we up to date with them?
I believe so, yeah. I don't know of any reason we wouldn't be.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Those are my only questions and clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course, I'm really intrigued because my former middle school, Jim Bridger, of course, is on the list here for replacement, which is fantastic. Although the school is doing pretty well, it's got its aerospace magnet. Every time the bell rings, you have 75, 80 doors open to the elements, and of course, it's as dear as my memories are of the school, and it's of course, it really could use a refresher there, a whole new building. I'm intrigued because, of course, we have a couple of elementary schools within, across the street and within 500 meters. Kalen Elementary, they had the Principal of the Year, Dr. Black over there, perpetual 4- and 5-star school. The school that, of course, that has improved the most is the school that I joined the superintendent at earlier in this school year with Amanda Lush, the principal there, and her team, who have really, they've really put a lot of effort into it. They go from a 2 to a 4-star school, commendable. But the enrollments, of course, are not there. There was, of course, a note that there's another school in the area that is providing some competition. Well, I think competition is the fire that, of course, forges. If you do it right, it can forge an entirely new future. And so what I'm thinking of is, of course, if we have the outstanding leadership there that is evident in many of our schools in the area, and if you have a resilient, population, I think that this might be one of those nodes of excellence here for the future. Even going K, maybe even pre-K from this area. And I can only imagine, what other types of, since they already have their aerospace magnet there might be other associated, programs. I guess, although I'm quivering with a lot of anticipation, right? I do have a little bit of a question. They would be actually no longer zoned to those children in that area. If I remember correctly, they're zoned for Canyon Springs, correct? Does that mean that they would have to be zoned to a different school? Or am I reading it wrong? Yeah, I'm talking about Bridger and actually in that neighborhood.
Trustee Barone, so Bridger is, the neighborhood of Bridger is zoned to Canyon Springs, but this pre-K-8 would not necessarily have an impact on where they would feed to high school.
Okay, so they would, well, I guess what I'm asking is, would in the future, would there have to be an adjustment, a zoning adjustment to a different high school?
Trustee Barone, I will, okay.
Thank you, Trustee Barone. We are currently exploring keeping Jim Bridger as a choice school.
Fantastic. I guess that was the question I should have asked. Maybe if I would have asked someone beforehand. Thank you very much. Now you see why women are good to run the world. Thank you.
Women's History Month.
Which it is Women's History Month. I'm just saying,
Just now? You just got that.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for a woman president to this country, huh?
Wasn't sure. Okay. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Mr. Baldwin, for that presentation. I really appreciate you always diving deep into it, and also giving us a high view and being very deliberate and precise with this formula that we have, because it's not just picking spots for schools and different random spots on the map. We're being very precise on where we're putting our schools and where we're putting our resources. I wanted to talk about HVAC. I got to visit Patriot Elementary School, and I was wondering, just curious why they were not on the list for replacement, since they had a temporary unit that is enormous that I got to review and or look at. It's taking up a lot of space, and I guess they're having.
Brandon McLaughlin, can you clarify the elementary again?
Patriot Elementary School in I believe it's either in I want to say it's a no, not Virgin Valley, Moapa.
Oh, Perkins.
Perkins, yeah.
Actually, I believe that was a close contender with it, but we try to be very precise on where we spend limited dollars on it. So I don't know all the history of it, but I do know, I recall Perkins being on a close contender for it.
Got it. And so I know we had, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Brandon McLaughlin, for the record. I phoned a friend, Stephen Molina, with our HVAC team. So the chiller you saw, it was lovely, I'm sure. It's actually in the process of being permanently replaced right now, so that should be temporarily, or soon to be replaced, so you won't see that anymore.
That is great to hear. I'm glad they were able to get back their space on the blacktop there. Thank you for that update. Okay, so I'll move on for Indian Springs, and I don't want to make this into an Indian Springs briefing. So for brevity, if I could just bring maybe some insight and recommendations. The community is very hungry for information. They want to be involved. We haven't received not a briefing, but we haven't received a community meeting since last year. And so I would like to recommend or suggest that you continue to keep that involvement with the community, because they have been coming to me, and I have been waiting on you guys. So now that we kind of have a plan, I'd like to, if we could include them in that communication, I would appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dominguez. We have prepared communication for the principal, and that principal will be able to send out communication to the community following this meeting.
Oh, perfect. Really appreciate it. I'll wait for all the messages that come this weekend, so thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza Stafford.
Okay, up front, I have 4 questions. I know.
Well, I consolidated one, so
I'm getting some recommendations from my colleague. So on slide 15 of 31, we're there. We're there. So I love that the bond oversight was asking specifically because of the date of the build and then the amount of work orders, and you did. So my questioning and wondering is, out of all of those, you have it broken down by potentially could be combo of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, roof. So is it a variety of work orders, or you specifically looked at the totality of them?
So the numbers, Brandon McLeod, for the record, the work order columns there is inclusive of HVAC and roof replacement work orders only.
So there could potentially be a lot more work orders for these specific buildings in addition to just these high area needs.
Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, yeah, there could be additionals, but roof and HVAC tend to be our most critical systems that has the opportunity to shut down a school on any given day. That's why we target those in particular.
And I just wanted to highlight that because I wanted all of us to understand, having been the former principal that is now retired, that's not inclusive of all the work orders. That's key. I think it'd be really fascinating to see, in addition to, just for future messaging, for us to look at the totality of all orders, because when a school's air goes down, it impacts other aspects of the facility of the building. Okay, that was question one. Can we go to page 23 of 31? Really simple question. The pre-K, how many seats would be potentially available or approximate?
We are approximating that it would be 2 sections, 20 students in each class.
So potentially 40 seats.
That is correct.
That's exciting. Okay, I think we're going to have a waiting list. That's going to be amazing. Okay, the Bridger slide. The Bridger. So, Mr. Baldwin, you mentioned, and I have seen it, the charter school that is right next to it is actually expanding their school. Do we know what are they building? And I think that is just indicative of any charter school that's doing any kind of build or expansion. We need to stay ahead of that. What are they building in real time so that we're keeping up with our builds?
Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan. So yes, that program is expanding. It's a pre-K through, it's a K through 12 program, and they're expanding into high school now. I believe this year is their first year of 9th grade, and they roll in a new grade level over the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I know you guys are on top of it, but when I see things being built on a charter space, I just want to know, is that a gym or is that more classrooms? Fourth question, and then I'll stop. I want to just clarify I like that we are educating individuals about what was, and I have historical knowledge. So we kind of heard, and I need some clarity, that schools have to pay for work orders, potentially. That the request might be a minimal, and so is that true? Do they have to pay to ask to have schools worked on?
So Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, yeah, if I can clarify some public comment response from earlier, schools do not need to submit non-refundable fees to have maintenance work orders fulfilled. What we do charge non-refundable fees for is elective-based site-funded projects only. And why that is because staff still needs to go conduct the work to procure that work properly and permit it properly. So that time of that staff needs to be assigned to the work that they're performing, because those originate as bond-funded employees. And when they don't work on bond-funded projects, that's an improper use of those dollars. So basically, when schools will have elective projects, our staff provides that support, but it needs to be charged to the right project type.
That, and Mr. Baldwin, and then I'll follow up, and then I'll stop.
I didn't mean to interrupt that. I just wanted to correct myself. That program is actually operating through 11th grade this year. Next year will be the 12th grade. They only have 45 students in 11th grade, but they'll be increasing.
So what I'm hearing is that a school initiates potential work that they are seeking, and it's not necessarily a charge if it's something that's already in our queue for repair, replacement. You know, there's cycles to replace carpet and such, so it's initiated by the site.
Brandon McLaughlin, yes, they're elective-based ones, oftentimes not to the level of capital improvements, say, but with additional dollars that were available over the last 5 years, we saw a lot of just aesthetic base, and we're proud that the principals wanted to take pride in their front door approaches. You know, oftentimes it was vinyl wrap on front windows. It was replacing that kind of squeaky wheel that, you know, our team either didn't have the capability to do without being capital improvement or whatnot, but they just said, hey, this is worth it to us, and we want to fix that squeaky wheel type of a thing. So it's a very small stream of it and getting smaller due to the budget constraints that we continue to see. So, but during a certain period, it was a very robust project type for us.
So I appreciate that clarity, because we're not denying repair, replacement, maintenance, upkeep. It's if a school is initiating it, they can choose, because then it has to be paid by the site if they want to pursue that level of work, and they will go in a queue. So I like correct information to be shared with the community. So I appreciate that clarity.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could go to page 28, and as we're turning there, I just want to say, I know we started this collaborative effort last year, and before that, it was a practice several years ago. I'm so grateful that we're continuing it. It is very helpful to hear directly from you guys, so thank you. And I'm looking to the AZAC and the bond oversight, so thank you. My question is on the Southwest area. I know that we had a previous conversation with the county commissioner in this space, and I'm just grateful that we're including multifamily, because there's a lot of apartments that have gone out there that do have families with kids, and so it leads to the overcrowding. I'm grateful to hear that you're going to include the direct relief and also the indirect. My question is, and I just want to put it for the record, because the county commissioner asked, at the Southwest CTA, right, there's only one entrance, right? You go, and there's two commercial sites that are going in within walking distance of the school. So it is going to be crowded in that area. And I know that our deputy built the school, and you committed just to make sure that we would look at how to get in and out of that school, because it is currently a challenge, and with the added 400 seats recommendation, it could get even worse. So I just want to put that on the record. I don't. It's not a question, but if you could say, yes, you heard.
Yeah,
the
Brandon
statement.
McLaughlin, I too remember the same conversation. And just, yes, so we have a great working relationship with the county public works, so we'll continue to work with them on this project if approved, and ensure that our students have safe into and out exit from school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Thank you. Two questions, and both of them are about some curiosity. I am from a place, I'm from Washington, D.C. It's an old city. And so I just remember my elementary and middle school were really old. And so I am trying to understand life expectancy for, like, projected life expectancy on a building. So my middle school, I think, was like in the triple digits for age. And so I say that like a little bit tongue in cheek, but I'm really trying to understand what we expect for the lifespan of a building. And my middle school did not get rebuilt. It's still standing on the same ground where I went to it back when I was 11. I'm not going to say that year, but it's when I was 11. So I guess the reason why I'm asking, I'm trying to understand, is it is it, if we invested more on the front end and said like, look, we're going to spend, instead of 100 million, we spend 200 million, that building would last twice as long? Or do we just expect now that buildings will last for fewer years? Or should I call DCPS and say, y'all need to rebuild schools on the same rate that we do it? It really is a curiosity, because I want to understand the way that we are investing in like what we should be expecting over time when we decide to make these investments.
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. So our anticipated time span is about 50 years before it needs to be explored for replacement, with the expectation that there is major system upgrades at about the 20 to 25 year mark. That's one way of looking at it, right? There's also a very good report, I don't know if he's still around in the back, but a life cycle cost analysis used to drive a lot of the work of the district. And there's some historical reports put out in about the 1999, 2000 range, where we looked at, if we increase to, say, more highly durable materials, will we obtain higher life expectancy of them? And ultimately it proved successful on a few key building materials, but really to get beyond that 50-year mark, you really start having to spend some serious dollars on building materials, and you really start to fortify your buildings beyond what most even Washington, D.C. schools would do. But it's also contextual. A lot of schools out there use very durable old craft brick, which just frankly lasts longer. We don't have that as commodity available around here, so our building materials and locally available materials are just different.
That's really helpful to understand that we actually don't have the same building materials available to us, and as such, our life expectancy will be shorter just because of that. And then adding on to that question, one of the things that I know, we looked at FCI, we looked at the number of years that before replacement. How does capacity or utilization factor into our calculus? And so, for example, Hyde Park was at 90% capacity, and then another one was at 87%. I think that was Gibson maybe, and the third was in the low 90s as well. And we decided that we were going to make significant investments there. And my daughter went to Hyde Park, so I'm thankful that the school's being redone. And if they're under capacity, how do we make the choice that we're going to invest there when they're not at capacity? And we have limited resources.
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. So the same policy the BOC chairperson and I were referencing earlier, that is one of the modifications we'd like to introduce to it. We'll bring that at a future date if we do ultimately end up recommending that. But also, when we do replace some of these under-enrolled schools, they're under-enrolled because they were built too big, or they were built for another time. And so what we're doing in some of these instances is, in fact, making them smaller when we replace them. So the students are still getting a high-quality environment. We're getting better utilization of our facilities at the same time.
That's helpful. Thank you so much for the clarification for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
I was waiting for a little while. Thank you so much. I had questions. Got so many notes up here. I'm sorry. So, okay, we're still on this slide. I had questions regarding this, and it was around the portables as well, and the relief school for 400 students. And I see that Digital Oasis, if my math is correct, 768 students over. Sierra Vista, 720 students over enrolled. And so that's a total of 1,488 students. So if we do build that and make the recommendation for this school, 400 slots would increase, still leaving us with 1,088 students over. I just wanted to know, like, even with the portables, like, what is it really relief?
Trustee Henry, again, it is not just, the recommendation is not just the building addition at Southwest Career and Technical Academy, it's also in conjunction with the reassigning and utilizing the available space and capacity at Silverado High School. So that rezoning is in addition to, you may recall, South Career and Technical Academy just opened up this year. And that's not far from this area. They actually, the majority of their students, they only have ninth grade this year. The majority of their students that they came from Desert Oasis attendance boundary. I have the magnet school applications, so what we call first choice applications for also, there were 182 first choice applications for just South Career and Technical Academy that came just from the Desert Oasis zone. So it's that, again, South Career and Technical is also providing that indirect enrollment relief, just as Northeast Career and Technical Academy, as we planned it, provided enrollment relief to the entire quadrant of the valley in the northeast part of the valley. So that's that new program, as well as that addition, as well as the rezoning.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarity. So it's a lot. It's a lot. I wanted to make sure that I asked that. And also, when we were looking at the HVAC, all of the HVAC recommendations, and we did have ESSER funds. I wanted to know, with the funds that we received from ESSER, how many schools were we able to support with their HVAC needs?
Brandon McLaughlin for the record. I don't believe we used ESSER for any HVAC improvements. I know there was indoor air quality segments littered in it, but I don't believe we used that for any portions of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on to Trustee Esparza Stafford, I actually have a question.
Go for it.
Thanks. The pre-K to 8th grade school that we're going to build new in North Las Vegas. Earlier you mentioned something about the year 2030. So I was just hoping for some clarification. I think you said that you would be expecting pretty robust enrollment by that time. This is an early action plan. So my question is, what is the plan for that school if the idea is that the enrollment would be there in 2030? Do we need to start building that now for that? Or is the idea go ahead and build it, have it ready for when that community is more robust for that? Trying to understand why, if the readiness would be 2030, is early action plan if it's...
So Trustee Stevens, so what we're looking at is this coincides with enrollment projections, right? So I just pulled up one of the elementary schools that this school is projected to provide relief for. So what we look at, and so Triggs Elementary School, their current enrollment populations in 4th and 5th grade, as those two transition out, their incoming grade levels just from that zone are significantly smaller than, so their 5th grade right now is 157 students, right? So that's exiting that school. The incoming grade levels each year have been smaller coming in, and then we look at what the projected remaining developments will come in. So it's essentially we projecting that they'll reach that saturation point by 2030. Did I explain anything?
Yeah. Brandon McLaughlin. So the oversimplification probably of that is just like we're experiencing the Sky Canyon area, the 2 or 3 neighboring elementary schools will be wildly over capacity if action isn't taken sooner rather than later. And so in this instance, we're seeing early indicators from Triggs and the other 2 neighboring elementary schools. So instead of waiting till 2031, 2033 and beyond to say, oh yeah, I guess all these homes are coming onto it, we are able to track with precision and monitoring the rollout of housing up there that we know with a certain degree of confidence that by 2030, there's going to be enough where their enrollment relief will be necessary for those nearby elementary schools.
Okay, so I think what I'm trying to get to is what is the timeline to build the school? Is it a good, 3.5? If it's 3.5 years, okay, that makes sense. But if it only takes let's say, a year for construction, like once you break ground or whatnot, why would it then be part of the early action plan? Why would it be part of this plan? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Brandon McLaughlin for the record. Ideally, our elementary schools take about 3 years from board approval to grand ribbon cuttings that we hold together. We've opened them sooner. That's not ideal. We have grief from the agencies because they have to review things faster, and they have a lot of other municipal and private citizens that are trying to seek development. Also, our contractors have backlog, they have resourcing that they're trying to map out. And so, yeah, a lot of them can build an elementary school in 9 months if we tell them to, but we're going to pay a premium on the cost of that work. And there's always risk that maybe we don't get to that finish line when we thought we would. So by actually utilizing a 3-year time frame for elementary and a 4-year time frame for secondary, those tend to be the benchmarks where we can see the greatest success for our construction projects.
Madam
Very-
President?
Very helpful. Yeah.
Madam President, also, and I beg your forgiveness on this. This jump in also, in the case of Jim Bridger, there's also going to be there's going to need to be possibly an agreement with the city of North Las Vegas, who owns Petiti Park next door and the pool, and so there will have to be probably a negotiation between this entity and the city of North Las Vegas to make sure to see if the city is going to cooperate, which I'm sure they will, because they've been very good partners with the city with the CCSD to allow Petiti Park to be built on, if that is the desire of CCSD to build the new replacement Jim Bridger facility on Petiti Park and flip just like they've done the flipping at J.D. Smith, which, and other schools around the valley. Yeah.
Thank you.
Gibson as well, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, no, so that was very helpful in understanding the time frame, since this was part of the early action plan. So I just wanted to get more clarification on that. And then finally, I just want to make a comment. I remember when we were talking about the Southwest and seeing the enrollment numbers for Sierra Vista and Desert Oasis, they're bursting at the seams. But I also know, like, this data was so incredibly helpful, because what I noticed was all of the feeder schools, mostly the elementary, in this big document, it shows most of the projected enrollment were going down. So then the concern becomes, if you build this big gen ed high school, will you be able to fill it in 5, 6, 7 years? So I really appreciate the work that went into getting this data, and how you guys, your team, superintendent, how you guys have all looked at this from a big picture point of view. So thank you for that. And with that, I will open it up to Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen.
So I want to put it on the record, during recess, I was corrected, and I love that, because we do not have a facility master plan committee that I am on, because it doesn't exist. So what I am on is the Oversight Panel for School Facilities, and I am not above being corrected ever. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
I'm sorry, just a quick follow-up. I wanted to follow up again on this slide, because we will have students who will be transitioning to different schools, and we know how that impacts school budgets. Can you speak a little bit to how it will impact those schools? They won't be over-enrolled any longer, but will they still be able to operate at the same level, since the dollars follow the students, right?
And Brandon McLaughlin, for the record, with certainty, Silverado would just have increased opportunity in this scenario. And I don't want to speak on behalf of the principals of Sierra Vista and DO, but we have engaged with them, and they're confident in the approach that we've proposed here today.
Thank you. I value y'all expertise. The other question I wanted to follow up on, I know with the ESSER fund, you said that, it was funds for air quality. You said air quality. Was there any, how How else was that money used? And what schools used those funds?
Brandon Maloff, for the record, I'd have to defer. There's entirely other presentations about how those funds were used and very laboriously, and I know they've received awards for how we were transparent and spent those, so we'd be improper to speak to that.
Yeah, and for sake of point of order, and please correct me if I'm off on this, but I don't know that ESSER funds are part of this part of the agenda, so I'm not sure that we continue. I don't know that we can continue on that one.
It's not. I'm just trying to figure out with the HVAC. Like, I just seen the amount of service orders that have been requested. I'm just trying to make it make sense in my head. That's all.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think what we could potentially do is have that question asked after to superintendent and have her staff get you an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you kindly. Okay, that actually ends our discussion. Before we do our motions, we have public comment. We have two folks signed up. Mr. Gomez.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president. Obviously, I don't have the affordability to speak as long as you guys, or to really get out what I really need to say. So I'm only given 3 minutes, so I have to compress it, condense it, however I can make it work. The reason I was asking about those applications was because I don't believe that some principals know that they're in the queue for some things at times. I just don't know exactly why they don't know, but maybe they didn't ask or maybe somebody didn't tell them. And then they're asking for cameras, like in our area where we just had a robbery and some lady just decided she was going to take a stolen car, drop it off at Sunrise Elementary, jump out the car, break another teacher's window, break the window, take the $1,400 in her purse out, run down the street. And cameras really suck. They really do suck. They're pixelated. They base them on motion and movement, and that's not how that's supposed to work. But obviously, that was basically for that, because there are some applications in there where they want some cameras, but I guess if they're in the queue, they're not going to get them. So that's the accuracy of being accurate on that. And we want to talk about building facility lifespans. Some of those lifespans for building facilities, he says 50 years. Well, back in the time, we don't never talk about Blue Diamond Elementary. Nobody never mentions that school. It's like a ghost, because it's like dead smack in the middle of this community. It was built in 1929. That's 96 years ago. You want some accuracy? I'll give you some accuracy. 96 years ago. Okay, that surpasses 50 years. But back then, 96 years ago, did we have a quarry with bricks just hanging around somewhere? No, we didn't. There wasn't no brick quarry out here that was building bricks all day long, doing all this stuff. They just made them as they go. Or did they just do it like the Egyptians, get a bunch of people, put some straw, mud, and everything together and say, let's do this? And it lasted 96 years with 54 students. So we want to look at building lifespans. We got to look at what worked and how we can make it work. Some of these contractors, and trust me, Carpinteria's contractor, General A and General B. So I was on both sides of the spectrum. I wasn't just la-la land in the administration part. I saw what happens, and I understand how that works. So when we're talking about this, we're talking about schools in the facility master plan. Charter school enrollments in Clark County, there are roughly 55,000 to 60,000 residing in Clark County, which makes them the second largest school district in Nevada. Washoe used to be, now they're the second largest. Imagine that, charter schools. So what are we doing that they're not doing, and what CTEs and things they have that we're not offering? Because we just built a new Raising Cane's on Fremont and Eastern, and just because it's a new facility doesn't mean people want to go in it. It's brand new. You can't even fill it up. It's amazing. It stays empty most of the time. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Dina Neal.
Good evening. Senator Neal, I had a couple of questions. I want to put it on the record, and more than likely, I'm also going to have this conversation at the legislative level. But I'm looking at the it's page 13, and I'm just trying to understand for the trade-up schools that look like these are schools that would be eligible for a K-8 model. Number one, I guess I'm confused on a couple of things, because Booker seems to be one of the trade-up schools, which is a prime 6 school. You have Gilbert Elementary, which is, my understanding, a magnet. And then you have Fitzgerald, which Fitzgerald exists because Mackey is a magnet. So where would these kids go, and how do we deal with the neighborhood plan that had always been in existence, right? So just historical context, right? When we had the prime 6 fight, it was because parents wanted their kids to go to a neighborhood school. They wanted their children to be able to walk to a school. There has been historic inequity, facility inequity, for a long time, over 30 years. And so what I'm trying to understand is, how did we select and how are we basing the effect of what it's going to be on the parents when you start to build these models over this next 3 to 4 years? Because you're doing a lot at once, right? So we're having a conversation around a deficit, then we're having a conversation around how you're going to change transportation plans, to change start times, and now over 3 to 4 years, potentially close schools that are very specific neighborhood schools because the kids don't go to the magnet. And so I don't understand how it's actually going to work and how you're going to build in this, what I feel will be an inconvenience to the parents. And then the major question, which I began with, is how do you reconcile the fact that some of these are the prime 6 schools, which should be respected and treated in a different way because of the long-term legal fight which then created them? Those are my questions. I'm sure I'll have more questions potentially at IFC or in revenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we are going to open it up for a motion to approve. Trustee Barone?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Can I get a second? Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I second.
Thank you. Let's vote. Motion passes. Thank you. That closes 2.04. And now I'm going to turn it over to AZAC for our final item. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. Nick Fide, AZAC Committee Chair. I'm here to open up 3.1, public comment on items not listed on action items on the agenda. Do we have any? There are no public comments, so we will close this out. And at this time, I will go ahead and turn it over to the Chair of BOC.
Thank you so much. This is Gina Blackman-Taylor, the Chair of the Bond Oversight Committee. At this point, I will open up item 3, public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda. Do we have any public comments for the Bond Oversight Committee? That concludes 3.01 for the Bond Oversight Committee. At this time, I will turn it back over to the Board of School Trustees. Thank you.
You guys should actually just stay right there because you're going to have to adjourn, just like we're going to have to. So. I'm sorry. That was my fault. That was my fault. I'm sorry. We do have 2 folks for public comment, and then we can get to that final item. Mr. Gomez, we are opening up item 3.01, public comment.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance President. I just wanted to say this. Most of you know that I serve God. That's all I serve. I don't serve man the way that people want me to serve him. I'm not nobody's puppet, and I never will ever be. God said in 1 Corinthians 3:19, "For the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God." Wisdom of the world. So I can go get all the degrees I want. That's foolishness to him. I can go get all the contractor's license I want. That's foolishness to him. That means nothing. In a thought, he created everything. In a word, he made everything. Jesus is the word, and that word made everything. Then it says, no man, in John 6:44, says, "No man come to me except the Father which has sent me, him, and I will raise him up on the last day." So most people want to walk around and say, I believe in God, but if God didn't send you to Jesus, you're not going to get raised up on no last day, no matter what. So when I look at the situation, we're here for the continuity of children. We're here to make sure things are better for children. We're here to make sure that things work for the children and the family and the staffs. But you can't go and say, I want to bring a bunch of smart people in here, which is foolishness to God, and say that they know more than what God can put in a child's mouth at times. Because there have been children that walked up here and has astonished me with the way that they speak to the board and how they present themselves. And that's a child. And I know adults that can't even do that at times. And I look at them and I say, wow, this is astonishing. I'm upset because I still have people in the district, and let me just phrase this right, from the Wizard of Oz with the one who had the ruby slippers on, that obviously thinks that she's untouchable in this district because she knows how to fly and move some things. And she believes that she can insult people, and I don't stand for that, telling them, you better hurry before ICE comes and gets you. And I said this last time, and it still has not been addressed. And I don't like this. And I'm pretty sure none of you up there would appreciate that comment as well. And like I said, put 2 and 2 together, 1 and 1, and figure out who was in the Wizard of Oz and who had the ruby slippers on and what their name was. And you'll figure out exactly what I'm talking about. And that person has their own broomstick that's big and yellow. So you'll figure that out too. They're not untouchable, not when they insult people like that.
Thank you. Ms. Atterbury.
Tony Atterbury for the record. Actually, I had to put it on a sticky note. So I'm going to end it on a light note. So kind of like Prince, the artist formerly known as, I would like, if you're going to rename schools or if you're going to close schools and change schools, I graduated from VOTEC. It doesn't exist anymore. It's now SECTA. But as an alumni of VOTEC, I'm hoping that when you guys do change the names that you would do something that says school formerly known as, so that when I say that I graduated from VOTEC and people look at Las Vegas and say, no, you couldn't have graduated from that high school because it doesn't exist, that we might know in memory. So if we're going to change names of schools, maybe we'll have a memoriam somewhere that just shows that our schools did exist. Born and raised here, graduated from VOTEC, doesn't exist anymore, but can we have one of those? And that's how I'm going to end the night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to close out 3.01. Before I pass it over for adjournment, I did want to mention a couple upcoming meeting announcements. Next meeting of the Board of Trustees is Thursday, March 12th, 2026 at 5 p.m. here in the boardroom. Also, one of our trustee/community meetings is coming up with Trustee Cavazos, March 10th at Chaparral High School at 5:15. I'll turn it over to AZAC for their final moment of the night.
Thank you so much, Madam President. So for the agenda item not on here for me, 4.0, the adjournment, may I please have a motion from the AZAC Commission? Can we pick one? Just one. Diane Kinzel, may I have a second? Second with Dave Flatt. All in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? Let's get on. Thank you.
Thank,
I'm sorry. Over to BOC, please.
thank you, AZAC. I also do not, I will assume that this is adjournment item number 4. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you from Steve Silvercross. I'll take Byron for the second, Byron Goins for the second, please. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you. Motion carries. I will turn it over to President Stevens, Board of
Thank you
School
so
Trustees.
much. Thank you so much. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to remind everybody it is Reading Week. Please go and sign up with your elementary schools for Reading Week. And with that, I'd like to adjourn this meeting.
Can I get a second? Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to second that, and I'd also like to give a shout out to our social workers in CCSD and our librarians who we are honoring this month. We thank them for all the hard work that they do in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote. Thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned.